Thank you. Ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of June 13, 2023 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, roll call for the Municipal Council regular meeting of June 13th, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Good evening, I'm here.
Council President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 present, 4 absent. The meeting is now open.
Continue, Madam Clerk. The prayer service.
Okay. Mr. President, rendering the prayer tonight will be Reverend Alfred Steele. He's the pastor of Seminary Baptist Church, followed with the flag salute led by the Honorable Councilman Alex Mendez.
Yes. Everyone, please rise for the prayer service.
So we bow in His presence and give thanks. And our Father, we thank you, our creator, sustainer of life. We thank you, O God, for the gift of life that you've given us. We thank you for the service that we render and the gift that you've given us. We pray tonight, O God, for this city, for this legislative body. Bless them, bless their families, bless their future. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Everyone, please remain standing. Now we'll have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone may take your seat. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2022-2023, meeting date, June 13, 2023, at 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022-2023 on or about July 1st, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2023. The North Jersey Herald, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, the Dominicano News, the Cascadia International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requested such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Council President.
1 second, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, before we start, item number 9 on consent agenda will go on regular. Some of the council members have a concern about it being on the consent agenda. So number 9 will go on regular. Before we start, Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Council President. I was also going to request item 9, but I also would like to have items 10, 11, 12, and 19 on regular. I think tax appeals should definitely be a part of regular. There's an item to go 10, 11, 12, and 19 to go on regular. A non-consent,
On non-consent.
yes.
Madam Clerk, can I have a motion for payment of bills?
Council President,
Yes.
to our council members, this week was a payroll week. The amount of payment of bills, disbursements are of $6,176,947.59. Once again, I said this was a payroll week in the amount of $4,735,284.30. There are no payments for the Board of Education. There is some general government of $164,213.36. At this time, I make a motion for payment of bills.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on payments of bills?
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $6,176,947.59. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills is adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's take the consent agenda.
Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are items number 1 through 34, with the exceptions of item number 9, 10, 11, 12, and 19.
So move.
Second,
Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
second,
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims, Mendez, and Davila. Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
Roll call on the consent agenda. Items 1 through 34, with the exceptions of 9, 10, 11, 12, and 19. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Let's take item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Item number 9, resolution authorizing an award of contract to Max Span Real Estate and Auction Company for real estate property auctioneer services for the Department of Economic Development, RFP number 2023-29.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Discussion, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for just taking item number 9 out of the consent agenda. I know most of the council members, all the council members received a letter from Mike Simons and other members of the community that they've been talking about this resolution number 9, and they connecting resolution number 9 with levies, a property that we have. The perception is that if we're voting on item number 9, levies will be ready for an auction immediately. But I went over the entire body of the resolution. Levy, it's not where to find on the body of the resolution. I asked on the Finance Committee why levies, that piece of property, is connected with this item. There was 2 companies that participated on the bid, and this company got the highest number, so that's the reason why we're voting on. So I asked Madam BA just to confirm that item number 9 has nothing to do with levies and the auction. And if you could, through the chair, if you could clarify, Madam BA, that for the record.
Thank you, Council President and Councilman Mendez. Yes, to confirm, this is for auctioneering services. It can be used for properties such as Libby's at some point going forward, but in order to auction that property, we would have to come back in front of the council to go out to bid with a listing or to go out to auction with a listing of properties to be auctioned, and that would have to be approved by the council, as would be any result of that auction. The council would have the ability to accept or reject that bid. So that would be a process down the road. This is just to have under contract a vendor to provide auctioneering services.
Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Councilwoman Mims?
So, to that point, why would we have to do it so early? If you're saying that it's possibly for a location like Libby's or of the such, why would we need to approve an auction company at this time when we're really not ready for whatever locations? Why would we need to do it now? And are there any potential locations that we're looking to do, and that's why this is on the agenda?
Council President? Yes, Councilwoman Mims. Libby's is one of the items that we are contemplating as we've been discussing with the council about various both economic development opportunities as well as our financial situation. It has been one of the options. We decided in consultation with Department of Community Affairs to go there instead of, in the past, for other properties that the city has owned, we have gone forward and had an auctioneer just for that property. Instead, we wanted to make sure we were getting the best pricing for auctioneering services, and so we went through a standard bid process, and that was something that was encouraged by the Department of Community Affairs with our purchasing agent, so that we would, if and when we are ready to go ahead with any property, again, Libby's being one of them, but if there are other properties, this would already be in place. And so as you can see, it is for, I believe, a full year that the contract is in place. So it is something so that we would be able to move whenever we were ready.
Council President.
Are you done, Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Madam BA, through the chair, Madam BA, have the administration have the opportunity in the past to come to the council and request permission from this governing body to auction any other property in the city? Have you come,
Yes.
any administration had come?
Yes, that would be the standard
That's the
procedure. In
process.
order to auction, the
Correct.
council would have to approve that.
So, correct. So this is the first step that, and the first whereas says that there exists a need of real estate property and auctioneer service for the Department of Economic Development. So this is the first step that is going to take place. Now, the second step will be that you, the administration, will come to the council and request permission if we want to auction or not any other property in the city. It could be levies, it could be second floor, third floor, whatever it is. They need to come to the council and request permission from us, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair, Madam BA, does this auctioneering services, do they have anything to do with the auctioning off of the tax lien sales? This specific contract?
No, this contract is not. That's a separate
So
contract.
this contract is solely set up for the potential of auctioning off various said real estate properties that the city should own. Is there a such list of properties that the city owns and may be contemplating on auctioning?
At this, we could provide, Ahmed, or someone from IT, can we look at, my microphone is not working and this is causing feedback.
Okay.
So we could provide the finance, we can ask the office to provide the listing of city-held properties, because that would be the listing that would have the potential for auction.
So we're presenting a list to the council for the process of purpose of auctioning off various said properties, which I'm sure this list is not in abundance as it once was, maybe of maybe a few hundred, if maybe a few dozen. So we're providing an opportunity for the council to approve an auctioning of said properties without providing a list?
No, you're not approving the auctioning of said properties. There are no properties connected to this at all. We went out to bid for a vendor. The only time we would use that vendor is if we came before you with a list of properties that we are interested in auctioning. So we're doing the first step to be ready when we are able to move forward. And again, this is something in light of numerous financial conversations about the city's current state.
So, to that point, council members, this should be a collective, collaborative discussion with regard to the city's financial conditions, with regard to the potential of selling off. Council members should not have to read about a potential of Libby's being sold in the paper. Council members should not be receiving long, elongated emails from constituents who actually have the right idea. I mean, the value that we hold in this community is through our equity. And if we're not going to have appraisals done and things of that nature, and it's just randomly allow for them to auction off property, I want to tell you, if I could just get $5 for every time I hear, well, we're going to come back to the council, and they never come back to the council, the process in which the contract for the food services for the stadium was given out without going out to open public bid, there's many things that has happened here. We continue to approve these items, just like, let me remind you, because there was many of you who sat on this council then, when I called for the appraisal, when we sold the property, or we purchased the property for an excess of $7 million without having an appraisal. How do we go out to auction without even understanding our inventory? So we don't understand the inventory, we don't know what we have, we don't know its value, and now you also have to look at projected value. This is just another tactic. Why would the administration come before us with an approval without having an assumed plan? That's irresponsible within itself. Well, we just want to get ready in case we're going to auction off some property. But anyway, let's proceed.
Council President.
Councilman Wooden?
All right, thank you, Council President. So if we target one of the properties that's in conversation and constituent reaching out to the council members, which is Levy's Lunch, and here's my stand, and I stated, and I sat down with Mayor Andesai, it's about an hour meeting before today, actually. So here's my stand, and I want to state this, and correct me if I'm wrong as well, that I don't want Levy's Lunch to go on regular sale, which is developer can do whatever they want or wish. This is what I don't want. I want a sale which comes with the condition that what business they can offer in a particular site that aligned with the title. Regardless, for example, if someone purchases now and sell it to another buyer, I want these conditions to stay with the title, which is called conditional sale in the real estate market. So I want to stay there so they can confirm that this is what meets the tone of this particular site of the city, because this is the historic side. We want to make sure that this whatever development comes, it meets the requirement. Now, when this resolution came, and I sat down with, correct me, Madam BA, if I'm wrong, that I was told that this resolution has nothing to do with how we are going to sell the property and what the condition would be. It's just we are hiring the auctioneer, and they will prepare the whatever property they will come to the auction. If we like it, we'll support it. If we don't like it, we will stand against it. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so because here's my stand, and I stated in the newspaper that I don't want this particular piece of property go on regular sale. Because we can expect anything we want. We can tell the developer, okay, this is what we want, and 50 years later, we will see something different. I don't want that to happen. I want the condition aligned with the title. Doesn't matter who develops there. I want that particular business as what we want to be offered there should be offered there. That's why I requested for conditional sale, and I think Corporation Council is searching on this, the legal stand on this. And again, I requested, because I reached out to so many other attorneys, that was the legal stand on conditional sale, and it is allowed in the state of New Jersey. So again, if this is correct that, this hiring of auctioneer is nothing to do with how we are going to sell the properties, that's what confirmation I need as of now. So let's wait for the vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Council President,
Council President, Councilwoman Cotton has the floor.
Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilman Jackson, then we'll have a vote on it.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to bring it to my council colleagues' attention and the audience about hiring an auctioneer. Like everyone said, we got long emails, long emails from constituents, from residents, talking about Libby's. Libby's had a contract, probably 30-year lease, didn't pay hardly no rent, had generational wealth over, and then they go somewhere else. But to say that there's going to be a list of city-owned properties that eventually that's going to be auctioned off, or this Max company is going to auction, I think that what we need to here in the city is everyone knows that area, what everybody's talking about is a gold mine. It's going to be a big gold mine. I think that we need, and I would say, hey, we got companies here. Let's look through our city people who lives here to be able to say, well, how can we, let's start going out trying to get people to invest in us, Can I get $1 million so I can put Smoking Crab, John Jack's? Can I get some money to put Fast Break, Mama's Kitchen? Because eventually, 2 or 3 years down the road, thousands of people are going to be visiting the falls. I've gone to the falls where people have come from Canada. I've been there when they have come. Now, I'm not quite sure how many lists of properties that we do have, but Libby is on top of the list. That is on top of the list. I mean, you can say that it's not, but it's on top of the list. So you have to say, all right, we're going to hire an auctioneer. We're going to, as Councilman Jackson said, let's see the list of where all these properties are. Let's see how many we got, 15, 30, 50, how many do we have? Because I think that we'd have asked several times for the property that the city owns, So be very mindful of this, because we're not sure, there's too many of us community people here that we can try to get together to say for us. That's a gold mine over there at the Great Falls. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson?
thank you, Council President. So, just for a point of clarity, and Councilman Udine, I know it's your first time around the block, but just let's be perfectly clear about this. This is our authority. You can meet with the mayor all you want to. You can go in his office, he can make all kinds of promises all you want to. You don't have no authority to make any demands after you make this vote. Once you cast this vote, and it's been proven, he's shown that in the past. Now, our authority starts and it ends here. So what I would like to do, I would like to make a motion to make an amendment, through the chair, Corporation Council, that we add into this legislation language that says to exclude, if this property, if this item is with the intent to hire an auctioneer. You don't hire a dog trainer if you don't get you're not going to get a dog. So here you are talking about auctioning off properties. Oh, but we're not talking about that property. The mayor just doesn't know how to hold his water. He goes and announces in the media that we're going to do something with Libby's, and the very next day we find on the agenda an item to auction off properties. So, through the chair, Corporation Council, I hope I can get a second. I would like to make an amendment on the floor to include language to exclude the property at the site of the former Libby's from this specific auction. If the administration requires or requests or desires to create another auction, then let them come back to the council and ask for another contract for a specific auctioneer specifically for this property. Motion on the floor.
It might just die.
Yeah, second.
Motion to amend, moved and seconded.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Cotton on the amendment. Corporation Counsel?
Good evening. How are you, sir? Good evening, council colleagues. I just need to remind everyone that by its very nature, and especially Councilman Jackson, by its very nature, this resolution does exclude everyone because it doesn't include anyone. The idea that tonight all you're doing is hiring the professional to have on staff, by its very nature, makes it so that whatever property the city does decide to ultimately auction needs to be approved by you and your colleagues. So it's essentially a moot amendment in the way that it's been worded, because there is not the request to auction Libby's tonight in the resolution.
Point well taken, Corporation Counsel. Therefore, the language included should not impact it negatively or positively. We want to include the language to say specifically that the property located, and we can find the block and lot, they included in the language, at Libby's is not to be included in this specific contract for auctioning.
Well, you've ultimately hamstrung the city's ability to do something by adding the amendment, as opposed to leaving it open so that you have the option to include it or not later.
So, once again, if the administration so sees fit to auction off Libby's, they must return to the council for a vote.
Absolutely.
So, motion is on the floor. There's a second.
No, I think that either you've misunderstood or you've intentionally ignored what I said.
Council-
I didn't
Council- one or the
intentionally
other.
ignore, nor that I misunderstood.
Yeah, so
You said
right
that-
now,
you said that it's-
Libby's is not in the resolution.
Correct.
Therefore, we have
So
to
writing
come
it
back.
in, so can you explain to me the law in which writing it in would cause a conflict?
No, I didn't say it was a conflict. What I
Okay,
said is that.
so if it's not illegal, then I would like to, I'm the legislator, correct?
Oh, there's
And
no
if
doubt.
there's no legal cause for concern, we have a motion on the floor in a second, if we can move forward to vote. If it doesn't pass, then we can, then the administration can carry on as usual.
Council President.
I'm sorry.
Wait, there's a motion on the floor.
Oh, no, there's, so we have a motion on the floor, so are we, in a second?
Anybody asking for discussion? There is a second by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion?
I mean, just quite honestly, the reason why I brought this up as soon as we mentioned the item was because there's been a lot of conversation. And if there's been a lot of talk, so much talk there, it's because somebody says something to the press, to somebody. And for me, it's kind of sad that I'm voting on this item number 9, now understanding that the only reason why we got this item in front of us is because they tried to sell levies. Yes. And this is my personal perception, my personal opinion. I'm getting all the call, but it is what it is. And people knows me, I don't sugarcoat or anything, but I'm a straight shooter. If I'm voting on something, don't put something in front of me to later do something else.
But that's all they do.
There's an item, there's an amendment on the floor. So, and let me just tell you the reason why I'm not in favor of rushing to sell levies. And it's because, as we all know, we invest in millions of dollars of the Great Falls in the surrounding area. If we put the property out there for sale, later on we're gonna have no control of what's gonna happen on that piece of property. I'm a realtor, that's what I do for business. If I purchase a property on auction, you cannot stipulate any, you cannot add any red tape about the thing that I could do or not, because it's an auction. And that's the concern that I have right now at this time. I believe my recommendation is that we should wait, sit down with economic development, this council, and talk about what we really want to see on that piece of property. It's right there on the Great Falls. It's a very important piece of property. And you might say, no, that doesn't cost much. Yes, it costs a lot. We write down the Great Falls. It costs a lot. Now, the appraisal must be done before we put this property for auction, because we all know that we need money, but we don't know how much money we're gonna get for that property. Let's do an appraisal. Let's do things the right way from the beginning and not rushing anything. If you want to put levy for sale and you bring all the point in front of me and I say, okay, I agree on this and that, we could move forward. But not putting this item number 9, but then after I bring levies into the floor.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. One second, Councilwoman. Okay. I don't know, I'm lost
How many times?
with all these statements, all these statements going on. Any property for them to put on action,
They need to
they
go
have to come in front of us. We could put some stipulation that if we sell this property, the city could have to, like, what can we put up there or whatnot. This is not any property. It has happened previously. So this has nothing, if levies gonna be auctioned out, they have to come in front of us with an RFP. We're gonna sell levies with those are the conditions. If the council, legislative body, we wanna put some condition on it, we could put some condition on it, then it will go on sale. If somebody buy it for $5, they have to come in front of us for approval as well.
No, they don't.
They do, yes, previously have done
No,
it.
they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, the Corporation Council, Madam Bia, Corporation Council, can you please, is my statement wrong?
So if I may.
Corporation Council, go ahead.
So just to dispel some confusion about what an auction is, typically an auction is to get the highest and best use. All public property requires you to get the most value so that it can be returned to taxpayers. So the Councilman Mendez is partially accurate. An auction is to try to make as much money as possible. However, state statute does allow for a city to put conditions on an auction under NJSA 40A 12-13. A city can put standards on all bids, and they can impose restrictions on the use of the property. All kinds, so not only the use, but also the size, the type. That's without even going to a redevelopment zone. Another decision that you could also go with. You could also decide, I'm going to redevelop this zone, which is essentially spot zoning. You can go in and say, I only want this building there. That discussion hasn't happened at all. So
Right.
the idea here is that you're bringing on the services, and then ultimately whatever it is that you do want to be built there or eventually constructed there must meet the conditions of whatever we say in the auction.
Council President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims, then Councilman Davila.
Council President.
So Paterson, last week, I was not able to be here. I was out of town, so I was not here. When I walked in and I saw this item on consent, meaning that with one vote, it would have been over, I was like, that's not gonna happen. So the first thing I did was I requested that it's on non-consent, because it required this discussion. So here's some facts, right? An auction is an open bid process. It's competitive, where people are allowed to come in and they can bid on set properties. Do you need an auctioneer? Yeah, because they have the knowledge and the skill sets to do it. Now, some people and people that are watching have been to the auction processes. It does not benefit the residents. Our residents that live here, they don't have their money doesn't stretch as long as the people that come to the auctions. I saw a mother, and I hope she's watching or she hears about this meeting. She sat in the meeting and she was on this side, and she saved a whole bunch of money for one property, and there were many properties this day at the Max Span auction, who's the same entity. She waited for this one property and she did not get it. And the lady cried. She said she just wanted it for her baby. That wasn't one incident, many incidents, the same way that don't benefit Paterson. We have an $18.6 million deficit in the city, which is a fact. We need ratables in the city, which is a fact, to ease the burden on the taxpayers. Many things have come to us. We need your support. We're going to support it. We're going to save money. And we're still at an $18.6 million deficit. Why? I supported Hinchcliffe Stadium because a lot of people's history, but we don't have a sustainability plan. We can't even fill a portion of the stadium. We can't fill a portion of the stadium. And so here now we have, and that's why I wanted, the questions were asked, is it for Libby's? We know it's for Libby's. It wouldn't have been in the paper if it wasn't for Libby's. It's for Libby's. It may not be tomorrow for Libby's, but it's going to be for Libby's. It is clear. This is going to be for Libby's. I really think this item, and I know Councilman Jackson amended it, I think the item needs to be tabled. I think until we receive the list of those properties to see where they are, what locations and all that, there should be a meeting with the community, some of the non-for-profits, some of the business owners that are looking to obtain, that live in the city, so we can get a real return on investment. We have to stop auctioning off to the highest bidder of someone that does not live in the city of Paterson. There has to be a plan for Patersonians. Every time we're doing things that's coming before us, is all about Hinchliffe and the Great Falls. What about these other areas where our kids are dying and being shot, killed, homeless, right in front of Mario's, all these things, but we keep saying, oh, this is gonna help. We keep saying it's gonna help. When? It's not helping the homeowners. It's not helping the quality of life when we have to wake up to 3 o'clock in the morning when the music is blasting, they're jumping in and out of pools, yelling and screaming, and you got to go in your pajamas to bang on the door to tell people, like, can you turn the music down? Because we have seniors on the block. We have to be honest. This item, I don't care what's being stated here, if it gets approved, the next move, you're going to see Libby's. And I want you, if they approve it, if whoever votes in favor of it, when it comes, I want you to come and sit and watch. The people that sit like you're sitting, that have money, say they have $20,000, get outbid, that's crying, because they can't afford. It's like their dream. They wanted to own and invest in the city, and they live here every day. They sleep here, they work here, and they can't even afford, some of our workers can't even afford to buy a house because their salaries are so low. So we have to think about it. I know the amendment is to say exclude Libby's, but I think until we get that information, we are owed that. I wasn't here last week, but we are owed to see if whatever that list looks like, let's look at the list. It's not anything against this administration. It's so that we can vote more efficiently and effectively. Council President, I think that would be the better use of wisdom and judgment on this side of the dais, that we would get that list and we can take an honest look at what's there so that before we hire a company to come in, we can do our due diligence. Thank you, Council President.
Madam BA, I think it would be wise for us to have a list attached to
Point of order.
this.
No,
There
we
is a motion on the
have a
floor.
motion on the
No,
floor.
I know. Madam BA, we are on discussion. We'll vote on the
We're in
motion.
discussion.
No, listen, if it's within the council's purview to remove the item, I will remove the motion.
Madam BA?
Thank you, Council President. Again, I want to just talk through the reasons why we're doing it this way, because I've been very clear that Libby's is one of the properties on the list. That would be, the next step would be coming before the council with it. We're not trying to bypass that. It is not something that would be done in the dark of night. Reason why we're doing this, if we look at the calendar, it is now June 13th. We are not going to know our transitional aid money for this year, our grant this year, probably until July or August. We, as you have said, we have an $18.5 million deficit. We are looking at all options, and we've had numerous meetings with council people, and Councilwoman Mims, I'm glad that we're finally, I know you haven't come in to meet with us yet, and we need to talk about this. About 10 extra million out of the 18.5, we are asking for that from the state. That leaves 8.5 that we have to figure out. That includes cuts to our current staffing levels. That might include savings in some of our contracts, and that might include the sale of real property. But the only way that is going to be able to be included in this year is if we actually get that property, that sale closed by the end of this year. And actually prior to that, so we have cash on hand. It can't be something that we get the cash in the next fiscal year. So in opposite of what Councilman Jackson said, in terms of having a plan, this is part of our plan to be ready after the council has a conversation, after we bring it forward, so that we can move on it quickly. That is not something, it's kind of the opposite of what Councilman Jackson is saying. Again, we can get you the list, but we will not be able to move on anything on the list as part of this resolution. This is step one, a list, and being able to give the approval to actually auction properties would be step two. Happy to continue that conversation as part of that step. Maybe it's something that we won't even need this money as part of this year's budget. Maybe the council can do more fees. Maybe we can consider a tax increase a little bit higher. All of these things have been taken off the table. All of these things have been taken off the table at various points in time. So while we're looking for ways to solve some of our problems, this is one of the ways. And by putting this in place now, then we'll be able to move on it in order to actually see it in this budget year.
So, Council President, can I respond?
Councilman Jackson?
Thank
is
you,
next.
Council President. Her response clearly shows the intent.
We said that from the beginning. We're not
Council
hiding
President,
it.
point of order. I sat quietly while she spoke nonsense.
No, you're,
And she's gonna
Councilman,
continue to speak
you're the
over
one
me.
who's lying, so.
Madam Beer, 1 second. Councilman Jackson, please go ahead. Please finish your statement.
The fact
If
that
she
the-
spoke what she said, is not nonsense. If Libby is going to go on sale, he has to come in front of us. It's simple as that. He has to come in front of us to go on auction. They have to prepare an RFP. Go ahead, Councilman Jackson. I have the right to speak, sir. You don't have the floor. Councilman Jackson, continue, please.
Point of order, Council President. You do not have the right to speak over me. Once the floor is granted to me, it is my time to speak. It is my time to speak.
Go ahead.
If she can't be professional, you've never taken a firm stance on other people. You've tried your best to chastise me.
Don't
Here you
point
go
finger.
again.
Don't point
Here you
finger
go
at
again,
me.
Council
You pointing-
President,
well, you
interrupting
addressing me,
me.
Councilman.
Here you go again.
Councilman, you
So what? I'm
addressing-
addressing
you
you.
addressing me.
Wait until I'm finished.
addressing me.
Wait until I'm finished,
go ahead.
and then you can respond to me. But that's how this thing works. I understand. Many of you don't understand that, but that's the process. It's obvious the intent. The moment we talk about removing Libby's from the opportunity to be auctioned, it's franticness. And it's deceitful. It is deceitful. It is, so here we are, notice in her list of inclusion of cuts, she never once talked about cutting her salary that was just increased. Never once talked about the administrative salary, but we talked about doing everything else. This is a reflection of poor treatment to the community. Here we are, the Hinckliffe Stadium has cut the ribbon, opened, the celebrations has happened, and we still haven't seen the contracts to talk about how much revenue is the city entitled to. We still haven't seen the expense reports. We still haven't seen the procurement reports. We still don't know how much the developer put in. We still don't know how much the developer made. Yet we're looking at other places to make more money because we're short in a deficit. The governor gave them $2 million to complete the stadium. He should be more than happy to give them the 18 to close the budget gap here. It is not this council, yes, let me not say that, because it is this council that's being irresponsible in allowing for this to take place. The moment you give up a vote, why do you come before the council with an objective to go to auction, but then not want to provide a list? But she then says it has to be done quickly. So before we know it, and like a thief in the night, those properties will be sold to people who have the political agendas aligned with this administration. The same way, how do you have a former BA negotiate the deal for the stadium and then become an owner of the same deal he negotiated? But yet the Attorney General fails to do an investigation on that. This right here is blasphemy. It's the worst. If we're wondering why we're in such poor conditions, because we have not been responsible in holding them accountable. So it's very simple. You want to go to auction, it's fine. Go to auction. Provide the list before we vote on this. Otherwise, let's take those substantial properties, because remember, how many of you recall me crying here every night? 17 acres of land for $1. 17 acres of land at Fifth Avenue for $1. Oh, but we don't own it. We own the parking authority, therefore, any assets they own, we own those assets as well. And here this council sat irresponsibly. We let that property get auctioned off, and the residents over there are being poorly treated. It's poorly constructed facilities, and we're just repeating it over and over again. They come back here with the same thing over and over again. No, we got to come back to, well, if you have to come back, then come back when you're ready. Come back with the list, or let's put this on the list to exclude the property. Let's be responsible here.
Council President.
Council President,
One second.
Council President.
there's a motion to table.
Take, one second, Councilman. Everything has a step 1 and step 2.
Oh, Lord.
Okay? It's not, oh Lord. What I'm understanding, after, if we approve this entity to do the auction, then they will come up with a list and be like, we want to sell this property. Do you want us to sell this property? They have to come in front of the council. So who's been irresponsible? Who's been irresponsible? I'm not being irresponsible. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. The list of property too. I know exactly what I'm doing. List of property if they want to sell levies. Next step is they have to come in front of the council with the list of the levies, with the RFP or anything that we're gonna go on auction with these properties. If it gets sold, then they have to come in front of us to approve the sale as well. So I don't know where the confusion is.
President.
I don't know where the confusion is, which is fine. Councilman Davila.
All right, so I just want to make a few statements. If you heard the BA, so I'd like to make a few statements. You heard the BA talk about the amount of money that the city is in deficit. Everyone knows the history that we did not own Libby's, it was owned by the MUA. Once that went defunct, then it became part of the city. Within that, they were paying very low to no rent and taxes. So when we talk about the position of the city, and for those of you that are homeowners specifically that are paying, high commercial taxes because you have businesses, all right? Are you okay with an entity, nothing against a nonprofit, I just don't see us profiting off of a nonprofit, to give that to a nonprofit. The way to go is to give it to the highest bidder so it can go on the tax rolls. Because then that way, that releases that burden that you continue to pay high taxes, and high taxes. The city of Paterson is not in a position to be a landlord. You just heard that we have over $18 million in deficit. So when I look at this, I don't see Libby's there. Am I hearing that Libby's will be part of it? Absolutely. I'm not deaf nor am I blind. I know, I'm born and raised here. I went there to eat hot dogs back in the day. But the reality is where we are right now. And I consider giving the opportunity to an entity to put it for auction, and I'm talking about to give them the services for auction, and if Libby's is one, to see, it still needs to come back to this council for approval. We are the ones that are going to approve, say yes or no to move forward. So what we have in front of us, and I understand that Councilman Jackson has put a motion and Councilwoman Mims has put a motion. If we're not in agreement right now and we don't know all the lists, I agree with Councilwoman Mims. I agree that it should be removed as a whole.
Right.
Thank you very much, Council President.
Correct.
I think we should, this need to have a conversation. We need to table this item.
Make a motion to table.
And Councilman Jackson, if you don't mind removing your amendment, and we'll just take it off.
And then I make a motion to table
I remove my second. Are we going to remove this item?
Yes, I make a motion to table.
Second to table.
Hold on one second. Councilman, do you remove your, so the amendment has been removed, and we're going to remove the item as well. I don't think we need a motion.
We don't need.
But Council President, with the removal, just to Madam BA, can you just please provide the list to the council so that we can look at what's happening? And I know you made a statement about the meeting. I did respond to your note. You were out, so I did respond. I don't know if you saw my response back to you. So whenever you're ready, I would like that, but please send the list to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do item number 10, Madam Clerk.
Item number 10.
Item number 10.
Resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 1901, Lot 2, also known as 85-89 Fifth Avenue, owned by Waite Associates LLC. Finance Resolution number 23:348.
I didn't even look at
So
that.
moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 10.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Specifically, do these properties have anything to do with those,
State and county.
with the former Fifth Avenue housing development?
No, is that
Mr. CFO, Madam BA.
They get approved.
Council President, no. If you look at the resolution, it's regarding an light industrial warehouse building.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's not the same thing.
thank you.
Yeah, Council President,
Councilwoman Cotton.
on this tax appeal for our CFO, this was the item that was on the state tax appeal.
Yes.
Let me just let the public know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. 6 years of tax appeals that they were granted, not by our county tax assessor, but by our state. And most of the time, it takes 2 to 3 years just to even get into a tax appeal court down in the state. So this is 6 years with the tax appeal that they were granted. The only concern I have with this one is that, the settlement, I don't know why, if CFO can tell me why the settlement is different for each of the years, like it got lower down to 2023 and then 2022.
So the settlement is based on our equalized ratio, and our equalized ratio throughout the years changes. So our equalized ratio right now in 2023 is about 55%, which that would make this property about $1.8 million in assessed value.
What percentage you said, 55?
Around 55%. I would have to give you the exact number, but it's like 50, I want to say it's like 54.7.
Let me ask you something, CFO. Do you know that if the company's still down there?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call on item number 10.
It's the state.
Yeah.
Right.
Roll call on item number 10 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
No.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, I know we have two more items on tax appeal litigation. Unfortunately, those entities, they go to court and against the city, and with the judge rule in favor of them, so the tax appeal need to take place, and it's our responsibility to move forward with the judge decision based on the tax appeal. This is something that has happened every year. You see it at the county level with residential property and also commercial property as well. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote, in addition to what Councilman Mendez said, this is a great opportunity for homeowners. If you're not familiar with the process, you can always go to your realtor. Hey, speaking Robert. You can go to your realtor and you can do a comparative analysis, and then you can go to the Passaic County Sheriff's Office, and they do it yearly where you fill out the application, they compare it to other properties, and you can get a reduction in your taxes. A lot of people are not familiar with it. These entities that we have before us, that's why I removed them from consent. These entities have done their due diligence, and once the judge rules it in favor of it, it's a no-brainer. It has really, we just approved the money to be given, but the judge has already approved it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fuller.
Yes.
Oh, I know that.
Councilman Velez.
So there's a process and everything, so people go to the county tax appeal,
But when I asked
and they fail there, they don't give them nothing, so they have the right to go to the state and file for tax appeal, and that's why they granted this. They fail in the county level, they went in a higher office in the state, that's why they won, and they get the tax appeal on it. So my vote is yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 in favor, 2 against, and 1 absent. This resolution is adopted.
Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Item number 11, resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on block 3302, lot 25, also known as 422-446, Madison Avenue, owned by 442-446 Madison Avenue LLC. Finance resolution number 23:3.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 11.
Roll call on item number 11. Councilwoman Cotton.
Right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know now this place is still there. It's still operating. They went in tax court. They're still there. So with that being said, I know they're still there. So they went down to state court. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So, to the contrary, let's be clear, this process is put in place for a purpose. We don't have the ability or the necessity or the requirement to vote on items if they've already been determined by a judge. Yes, they went before the court might so fit, but the city has an opportunity to take a stance on its position and contrary to what's being promoted, we can contest this decision. How is it you have a store on Madison Avenue, a building on 1.4 acres of land with 9 stores in it, that was once, last year, well, previously assessed at $3.8 million, and now it's down to $2 million?
They won.
That doesn't even sound right.
They won.
A property that's on 1.4 acres of land, 9 rental units, only worth $2 million. How does that sound right? Just pull up the listing. Pull up a listing on a commercial property in the downtown area or anywhere with 9 storefronts. Let's talk about the rentals that's taking place. People are paying $2,300 for an apartment. So in the storefront, right there in the store, they're charging $3,500, $5,000 for 1,000 square feet. We have some people in the audience that was looking for cannabis locations. How many can find commercial rental spaces for $1,500? So if you take 9, it's not very hard to figure that out. If you take 9 and you make a clear assessment at, let's say, a modest number, $3,200 a month, by 9, it's $28,000 a month, by the 12, $340,000 a year. So this property's worth $2 million. The problem here is the leadership here is so easy to concede. We settle for everything. We let people tell us what our value is. And this right here is just devaluing the community. But let a homeowner go down to the county and try to contest your tax, your assessment. You get kicked up out of there. This is ridiculous. You got to have representation that's willing to fight for your constituency. That right there, this is not fighting for the constituency. From 2022, the property that's declined in assessed value by $500,000. How's that? When everything's going up now. Everything's going up. It's the tax assessor that don't care about what's happening here. Here we are on one side of our face talking about how we need to fight to close this $18 million gap, but yet all you got to do really is just look into the ownership. Look who owns these properties, and it's really not hard to tell. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Mendez.
Sure, thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Mintz, I mean, that was a good topic about our homeowners. A lot of homeowners, they don't take the time to appeal their taxes, and this is something very simple. You don't need to hire a lawyer for this. I mean, you go to a realtor, you get those comparable, and you fill out the application, and you will get a date to go to the county, and yes, you could get your tax reducing. The city, the municipality, a lot of the time they make a mistake. They, they switch the property from one family to two. It could any mistake. You could be paying more money than what you're supposed to pay, and this is a process open to everybody. We have those three legislation in front of us, those three decisions. They went to court, they did their part, and there's nothing else that we could do other than to honor. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let me commend the tax assessor's office. With the limited of employee they have, 2 employees to assess all the properties and try to do the right thing for our taxpayers, I have to commend them with the work they do. But this goes in front of the tax assessor's law judge. We only blessing the settlement that they did. Let's make believe this fails. We're gonna spend more money in court to prove why we say no, and it's gonna cost more taxpayer money. We acting on this side like everything that comes from outside, they don't have the experience, they don't know what they're doing, and we are the only one that not know what we're doing here. So ladies and gentlemen, that's why there's a body of a resolution. I invite everyone that before we vote for something, an envelope, I believe it's over there. Take, read, get knowledge, and then we move forward to vote. Well, my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 11 is hereby adopted.
Item number 12.
Item number 12, resolution authorizing settlement of tax appeals on Block 3301, Lot 10, AKA 446-460, East 19th Street, owned by Madison Bulldog Leasing Finance, resolution number 23:350.
Discussion.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Davila. Discussion, Councilwoman Cotton.
Let me ask you, CFO Javier. I just want to ask you a question. When we go to state tax court and they said, okay, your property is $3 million, now it's worth $22.7 million. Do the tax assessor, is he down there?
Yes.
He's down there.
When he goes to court, yes.
Okay, he's there, and do they ask him that if he wants to appeal, or do they ask our legal system, do they want to appeal?
I believe they have a hearing and he's involved in the hearing.
You what?
I believe they have a hearing, he's involved in the hearing.
Okay, then
And then they make a ruling after.
Then the judge make the ruling.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. We've been down in Newark in court, and he will say, you got to do this, or council members, you have to. Well, I'm just wanting to make sure. Once the judge make the decision, once they go through the process and they lower it down, the tax assessor can say, no, it's not $3 million. It should be 3.5. Then that's when you go back and forth.
Correct, that's the
Okay.
process of the whole
Right.
hearing.
Okay. All right, I understand now. Okay, we can go to the next one, because I got,
Council
we
President.
get ready to go on 12, right?
Thank you, Councilwoman.
No,
Walker.
I'm sorry.
Council President.
Wait a second, I'm sorry, Council President. We on number 12, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Because this is,
He's 19.
I guess the body, you did the body so differently from you did the other one.
Do that before you.
I know,
You had
this building on East 19th Street, I needed you to check to see if this was a HUD building
Units.
that had a tax abatement.
I was gonna go there.
Hey, man, let's just move
Because
the
if
vote.
I know this is a HUD building, and I'm not sure if this building has a tax abatement of 20 years or 25 years. I know this is a HUD building. Now, if this is a HUD building, and they're getting HUD money, And and plus if they receive the pilot, I'm talking about this building is almost 30 years old. So 30 years old, right. So the tax abatement, I need to find out these years of 2022, 2021 is 2 years.
Council President?
Can you figure that out, CFO?
I don't believe this is a pilot building.
Okay.
But I would have to look into it, but I don't believe this
It's
is a
not.
pilot.
Council President?
It is?
Councilwoman Mims?
Okay,
So
what's the name? Go ahead.
I would like to remove my motion, I think until we get the details that Councilwoman Cotton is looking for, that we remove it. Just to identify if it's HUD, if it's not, we need those facts. But I'm going to remove my motion that I made for this item.
Council President?
Who's seconded?
I did.
Do
I
you-
just need,
Yeah, so motion has been removed.
I move it.
Do you have the answer for it right now?
You said no.
I would not have the answer right now, no.
Okay, then
Council President?
item number, 1 second, Council. Item number, we'll remove item number 12. And you'll be on the
Okay.
next regular meeting.
right.
Thank you. Councilman
you.
Jackson?
So I'm just looking for a point of clarity here, because, so does that mean if this property has some HUD issues and/or has a pilot, then this council will try to contest it? Then that means it's not a glorified vote, and if the judge said we had to do it, we just have to do it anyway? I mean, I'm just going by what was stated before. Furthermore, what was also stated, when someone says how if we don't do this, then it's going to cost us money in court, we're going to have to spend a whole lot of money. They didn't mind spending money to go to court for Dave Gilmore, and he kicked our asses up in there. They don't care that we're going to court for Officer McCray, as we mistreated her, and now she filed a lawsuit against the city. They didn't care that the young lady here had to go to court. See, we want to be selective on what, when, and why we're willing to go to court and challenge certain things. Once this council begins to act prudently across the board for all items, all matters concerning the public, then the city will begin to repair itself. This right here is just another, and listen, I know I'm just barking. It's like a dog's barking. You just hear it after a while, it just gets chimed out. But it's for you at home, so you understand what's going on here. We just made 2 votes on 2 other items. This one here, 4-story brick building, masonry building with 13 units, assessed at under $3 million. Where is that done in Paterson? This right now, assessments on 4 units is going over $2 million. 13 units? When we all know, by the way, I will be remiss if I fail to mention, Council President, while we're not speaking about a specific item, I would love for you, if you can help me, please, get a report on cars that's been towed, if not the citywide, not throughout the city, in the first ward, because they're towing 13 cars a night. See, it's just targeting to our constituents. It's you. You're on the menu, because they will come here and charge you excessive fees. We just talked about, this council just elected to move, or a few people elected to move their tickets from $55 to $100 for street cleaning. I got 3 street cleaning tickets this week. A neighbor in my blocks on the 1st said, listen, I had to pay my rent $2,300 in a 2-bedroom apartment. And her car I know it failed. I said it was brought forward. It was brought forward to move it from 55 to 100. That's the neglect that's taking place. But yet, instead of just ticketing cars, we're towing them by the dozens. So when are we going to have a concern for the constituency? Why do we keep allowing for them to sneak on the agenda people who have contributed to the mayor's campaigns and things of that nature? Why isn't every homeowner or every property owner in the city of Paterson offered this type of a concession? When you can reduce your assessment by $1 million, $1.5 million in a year, that doesn't make sense. But anyway, I'm happy to see we're going to do something responsible in these 3 items, and I'm looking forward to more activities such as this.
Madam Clerk, let's take item number 19.
Council President, before we go to item number 19, I would like to make a correction in item number 11 on the votes. The votes were 7 in favor, 1 against, and 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. Item number 19, Madam Clerk.
Item number 19 for adoption, resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to apply for sub-grant of the federal fiscal year 2023 of Emergency Management Performance Grant and Emergency Management Agency Assistance, Fire, Resolution number 23:357.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 19.
Roll call on item number 19, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes. It's for them to
Councilman
go.
Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So just for clarity, I didn't ask for it to come off of consent because I wasn't in agreement with it. I asked because I was not here in the last meeting and I wanted to have some time to review it. With that being stated, this is something we need for the fire department. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, let's take those next 5 items, then.
Votes, please.
Oh, my vote is yes. I'm sorry.
All of the votes, okay. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's take item 35 to 39, then we'll open up the public.
Council President,
hearing.
is there any reason why you skipped over number 20?
36.
Is it 20? Done.
36.
20 was on
Did you
consent?
request, who?
Yeah.
Did you?
Wow.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, on the property, we already gave $40 million
Madam
to.
Clerk, item number 35.
Pennsylvania Avenue.
Item number 35 for adoption, resolution in celebration of Superintendent Eileen Schaefer for 42 educational exemplary years of service for Paterson Public Schools, sponsored by Councilwoman at Large Dr. Lalisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by all remaining council members. City Council, resolution number 23:373.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Like you
Discussion.
just forgot my name or what?
To Corporation Council, I would like to add the ladies of the council as sponsors, so myself, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilwoman Davila.
What did I do?
Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Davila.
What did I do? I work with
And he works in the school district, Councilman Udine, okay? So the sponsors will be Councilwoman Mims, Cotton, Davila, and Udine, co-sponsored by the rest of the council. Thank you.
Are we're still in discussion?
No, yeah, no, she,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
So, listen, I apologize, because I know this is just a feel-good resolution, but just like I would not support the chairman when we talked about voting for him for Man of the Year, I just need a little clarity before I could vote, because I'm going to walk out on this one. I'm not going to give this person that said moving on a negative vote, but how are we measuring exemplary, let me read it correctly, celebrate
years of
42 years of exemplary years of service. Okay, let me assess that, because
Thank you.
listen, we got a failing school board. Never mind. I'm gonna leave it there. You guys continue.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Not
Roll call on item number 35.
Not everybody's not failing.
Roll call on item number 35, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 35, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've been part of this school system for 40 years. You know, not all of our children are failing. Not all of them are failing. I'm just saying not all of them. If I can get more people, we need our community. We need it. That's all. Wait a second. We need it. We need it. We need it. We need it. We need the community to be more. We need community to be part of it. Getting our children who's in college now, who's trying to find them jobs in the engineering department, company trying to get them somewhere, with architect, trying to get them, making them understand that they need to lean. I know, but we need to understand. But I'm just saying, you know what? I've been part of the system. I was here fighting for early childhood, for all-day kindergarten, for 3 and 4 year olds to go to school for free. A lot of stuff was not here that we did not have. For years, we did not have a lot of things. Sit down in Abbott Court, Supreme Court, State of New Jersey. You know, a lot of stuff we have gotten, and I want to get more and more people involved, helping our kids. I said it many times where you don't have to have a kid in the school district to go help them. Let's go to these games and bring a cooler with Gatorade in it and with chips in it. Let's do that. That's what our community help people need. Our kids, a lot of parents can't do all of this, and they need help. They need help. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Dowd.
Are we voting?
Don't. No, I don't.
I said yes.
Councilwoman?
Councilwoman Dowd.
Okay, so, to Ms. Schaefer, Superintendent Schaefer, you have another, I'd say probably close to 2 weeks. We want to thank you for your service, for your 42 years of service in the city of Paterson. Regardless if people liked you or didn't, at the end of the day, not everyone's going to like you. We have had greatness come out of Paterson, high school graduates going to Harvard, going to HBCUs. So, and that's not a testament to you, but I would say to the family and to the individual themselves. But through your leadership, you were there for 42 years, not as a superintendent. I mean, we know you all started out as being a physical education teacher, but with that said, I think that the fact that you did give this city 42 years, you ate here, you even slept here, you worked with many parents, you visited our churches, you visited homes, you know, with that, just with that alone, I would say that not a lot of people have that, and I want to thank you for your years of service, and I want to thank you just on the relationship that we had as a council person, as someone that's been in higher education for 30 years, every single time that I needed something done through either the board, you would always come through. So with that said, for our children, and as a parent who had a child in the school system in the city of Paterson, I want to say congratulations. I know you're not going to drive into the sunset, you know, happy retirement. You need to just relax, all right? But I know that, you know, we'll be seeing you around. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm gonna respect the person. I'm not gonna give this a no vote, but I will not vote in the affirmative. We gotta start raising the bar of expectations in our community, man. Because see, what comes to light to me, when I think about Paterson Public Schools, what I can't remove from my mind is that young man that got stabbed in front of Eastside High School. See, when you become a leader of something, you stand up to make change. And when you find yourself unable to make such a change, you stand down. You move out of the way. This person was paid in excess of $250,000+ a year. That is a very handsome salary when you make a comparison of the median household income in this community is $29,000. My son, who was a Paterson student, National Honor Society, all my children national, so I'm not griping, but he had to send me a picture of his former teammate who was just involved in a violent crime and shooting somebody else. When you talk about the music programs that have been removed from our systems, the recreation, every single gym in this community on lockdown, a coach got to fight and come to the council and cry, can I get a gym to help support these children? But we want to praise people for just doing time. We don't praise prisoners for going to jail and doing 42 years and being falsely accused. We don't do that. But we want to praise people, and I respect the person. Thank you for your time and obligation, but you was compensated well for doing that, for spending that time. What changes have been implemented in my community? When I had 3 young men I had to speak to yesterday in a Dustfield Park who cut school, who has absolutely nothing to look to. Yes, we're gonna have some make it out. I made it out. There's a few that make it out, but your job when you take on a role such as this is not to see the 1 or 2 make it through the cracks, if I could just save 1. No, there's many that need your assistance. And if somebody's gonna tell me that we're doing a great job for our children in this community, then I beg to differ. Because we're failing them, not just in the public schools, but even right here, with a 2% recreational budget. While we're sitting over here charging residents, these same parents who could barely pay their rent and barely keep food on the table, we want to take from them so their children have to go with less. But here we are praising somebody for getting paid for the last 40 some odd years. I want to see how we're measuring the success, man. Madam Clerk, I recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that when it comes to our children and the school system, in my opinion, we gotta be careful when we talk about our children. And let me just say this again. I know that we're facing many challenges in the city of Paterson. Many. We all know that what we're facing, all the struggle that we're going through with the school system, the unsafety environment that we're living on. We all know that. But I would like to recommend and encourage our Paterson residents to start talking about the positive things that happen with our children in the city of Paterson, because we have great students in the city of Paterson that they moving forward and they going to those I Believe school. Though we have kids from Paterson in different colleges around the United States. I think that we got to start talking a little bit more about the positive things that happen for our children, because you have no idea how terrible and how that impact our children and our community when all we do is talk about negative about our children and what happened in the school. I'm a proud father. My daughter, she's 18, she lives in Washington. She's attending Howard University. We're going to have a future doctor in the city of Paterson. My son, born and raised in the city of Paterson also, finished Paterson Public School. He's a professional, he lives in Ohio. He's a broker for a logistic company. And I could mention many other great kids that came through the school system and they've been successful and they're moving forward. I understand that. I know that we're facing so many challenges. But when it comes to our children, let's talk about the good things that happen in our children. And let's encourage those that are going through a hard time. What are we doing? That's the question. So let's stay focused on that. I really don't appreciate that we bring all the negativity when we come to our children in the school, that we mix all of them with all this. I mean, we could do, there's a lot more that we could do. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So I think I am the only council person that can speak from this perspective. I'm a mom of 4, a grandmother of 2 and 1 on the way. I was a former school board member and I work in the school system. I think I'm the only person that can speak from that perspective. When we speak of someone by Ms. Schaefer, who has served 4 decades and 2 years, 42 years, she wasn't the superintendent that was the person in control of all the decision makers for 42 years. She started at the bottom and worked her way up in the classrooms, in the gym room, with our students every single day. She lived here. She sacrificed her time. When she was going to leave, she served as the deputy superintendent under Dr. Evans. I was a commissioner at that time. When we couldn't get things done through Dr. Evans, it was Ms. Schaefer who made it happen. Many things. It is not true that music is not in the schools. Music is in the schools. What's happening is, in the schools, based on the vacancies, we have vacancies all over, not just in Paterson, they're everywhere. We're missing nurses and music teachers. Not that we don't have them in the buildings, we need people to apply for the jobs. They're doing job fairs all the time. I have to say, there's no way I would be able to sit here and bash Ms. Schaefer for violence that's going on, because let me tell you my belief when it comes to education is a triangle. It takes students, teachers, and parents. You cannot blame the teachers and administrators for people that are fighting and shooting and killing each other. You have to say, as a parent, what are you doing in your houses? Remember the commercial? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock. You know where your children are? We can't blame teachers and administrators for stuff that some of our children are doing when we're not saying nothing. We're not going in those rooms where you know Nikes are not in those boxes and you're not telling them to open a box. They got their doors locked in your house and you're not saying nothing. So we have to be fair, and then let's not talk about the lack of parental involvement when you're not even showing up to the workshop. Ms. Wahida is a former school board. She's one of our legends from the school board. She knows it better than I can speak it because she was there before me. Many people have, are, and will continue to pave the way for our youth in this community. We have had some good, some bad, and indifferent. But Ms. Schaefer has not been one of the people on the bad side. She has, and the reason why I wrote it, exemplary, because when we could not get things done, and there were things that were missing when we had 336 teachers not in our district and we needed to fill it and have job fairs, it was Ms. Schaefer that took the lead and made sure. Ms. Schaefer and Dr. Susie Perone are the first female superintendent and assistant in the history of the school district. We have to honor people like that. We talk about, we stand and we honor Kamala Harris, who some of us don't even know and may not ever meet, but right here in Paterson, you got a Ms. Schaefer, who taught your kids gym, who made sure your kids ate and went to their classrooms and stayed and disciplined and all types of stuff. We have to make sure when people are in our community and they work and stay here for 42 years, whether you like them or not, you got to say something to them in a good nature. Whether it's thank you, God bless you, may your journey be safe. But I sat with Ms. Schaefer. I still talk to her daily because there's many things that go on in the school, and she's there. And closing before I vote. Just last week, our 8th graders are preparing for graduation. And we know that the high schools, when they have their graduations, you have like 3 or 4 in the morning, then the other 3 go after that. And then the grammar schools, they don't really get the opportunity to get a Ms. Schaefer, superintendent, to visit all of the 8th grade graduations. But she just so happened to be in our building, and our students were practicing for graduation. So they may not get her speech on the 27th, but they got her speech last week. Ms. Schaefer, Ms. Eileen Schaefer, thank you for all that you've done for our students. Thank you for even the sacrifices that you made when you could have quit, resigned, and retired a long time ago. But you stayed and you finished till the end. Job well done. 42 years of educational exemplary service to the Paterson Public School District. Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely yes to the first woman that served as superintendent of Paterson Public Schools.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Uden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Ms. Schaefer, thank you so very much for your service to Paterson Public Schools. We did not hire her in Paterson did not hire her as a superintendent. She started as an educator, and as you know this, the education, those are teachers, they're most underpaid professionals in the nation. And staying in this profession is different. It's not really money attracting anybody. It's just we are so tied to the community and students that's actually the attraction keeps us. And I'm working for the school district since 2011. And I know Ms. Schaefer, how much she understands. And I see the difference because I saw the transition of previous superintendent and Ms. Schaefer in 2018. Because when Ms. Schaefer understands the needs of a teacher, at the same time the students, that's Ms. Schaefer, because she was in the classroom for many, many years before she became the superintendent in 2018. So we are talking about her, Ms. Schaefer. Yes, we have so many things to address, but is she the only person responsible for what's happening? If we particularly mention about the incident happened at in front of Eastside High School, who should be responsible? Us, the administration, because that was outside the school building. So we cannot blame someone who is not responsible for something. So again, well, I could keep on speaking about Ms. Schaefer. Again, I commend her for her service. 42 years in education is not an easy job. So again, thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for your service. As one of your educators in Paterson Public School, I commend you. Thank you for supporting the teachers, supporting our students, and your level best to meet the community's needs as well. So thank you and kudos, and I wish you best of luck in your retirement.
And your vote
My
is?
vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
So when I listened to my colleague, Councilman Ruby Cotton, I started making a list here. We have honor for years service, numerous superintendent that was assigned by the state of New Jersey for 30 years. The last one was Dr. Evans, and he bounced when they didn't put more money in his contract. He went back to Virginia. And most likely, a lot of those superintendents was hired by the state to come from other states to come to Paterson. And the main complaint that everybody was saying is, let's hire a superintendent from Paterson that understand our student, that understand our system. And that's why we ended it with local control under the leadership of Arlene Schaefer. We went and we came back to local control under the leadership of the superintendent, Arlene Schaefer. Not only that, Mr. Schaefer has balanced the hiring processing in the school districts and employees. She brought in diversity into the school district. That's why you see people like you, me, and people that reflect in this council. She opened and fight for more schools in our city. Look into the Chamberlain or Union Boulevard, look into Tata by Marshall, all those schools around, and you could look at those new schools around. Not only that, she has honor what we call the school choice. That's why we see by the state a lot of charter schools, and that's school choice, or it falls into the law of school choice. So you could take your kid where you want and apply and take the benefit if you don't like the school system as it is. Safe quarters. Listen, I have 12 schools in the 5th Ward, or 13 public schools, and I walk around them, I travel through them, and I could see the safe quarter with the help of the Paterson Police, with the conjunction of that agreement that they made these places safe for our students. As Councilwoman Min stated, we cannot blame whatever happened outside the school to the administration of the school district. Let's not forget that when we went through COVID-19, she implemented a plan to curb COVID-19 in our school system. And not only that, she implemented a plan that when those kids were home, they don't go to sleep or bed without eating. Take those lunches into their houses. You know, the list is long. I could go all night, but let's honor for those people that really have fight and fought for our students, for our district, and I wish whoever comes after her does the same thing and improve more the school district. Once again, I gotta say this. The other day I was on an event of my son. In the podium I say, and I'm involved with the education of my kids, and I told my son in public, son, sorry, I apologize if I failed you as a parent. I know I didn't fail him as a parent, but I have to say that because sometimes we appoint like that, but we don't have full finger pointed at you, what you have done to have your successful kid in school.
Thank
I leave it like that.
Thank you, Councilman.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is very well-deserved. 42 years of service to our kids. I want to thank her for her services. We do have some shining stars in City of Paterson. As you can look at on our agenda, I did have a presentation, but due to a student in Passaic County Technical Institute at the STEM Academy, he's a Pattersonian, second ward resident. He was the valedictorian in that academy, only student from Paterson out of those 4 academies they have at the Tech. He was going to be here, but due to his schedule conflict, he could not be here. He was accepted to Princeton University. He declined to go to Princeton, but he's going to Rutgers on a program with full scholarship to be a pharmacist or in that field. So we do have shining star in City of Paterson. Once again, I want to thank Ms. Schaefer's for her services, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to read the sponsors over again since we added 2 more. The sponsors are Councilwoman at Large Dr. Lilisa Mims, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilman Udine as the sponsors, and co-sponsored by the remaining city council members.
Council President, can I add Councilman Velez? He would like to be added.
Sure, go ahead.
Councilman Velez? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
And the votes are 7 in favor, 1 accused, 1 absent. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Council President, take 36.
Let's do item 36, Madam Clerk.
Item number 36 for adoption, resolution designating Matlock Street to also be known as Chairman John Curry Way, sponsored by Councilman Ala Abdelaziz, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Council President Shaheen Khalid, Councilman Alex Mendez, and Councilman
Don't you
Louis
just love my name.
Number 23:374.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Davila and Velez.
Council
second
President, request.
Second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion.
Discussion.
I request.
Council, I'm first. He gave me the floor.
No, I want to give you the,
He gave me the floor.
Councilwoman Mims?
Thank you, Council President. I was not here last week.
Right.
But Corporation Council, I made the request for myself, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Udine, if you would add us on as co-sponsors to this item. I just wanted to put it on the floor. I was
Can you
not here
please-
last week.
And also, Council President, that Councilman Ala did reach out to me as well, that he said
Okay.
he's okay with this.
That is fine. So co-sponsors are, we adding 3 other council members?
Cotton,
Councilman
Udine.
Mims, Cotton, and
And
Councilman Udine.
I'm sorry, co-sponsors are, again?
all of us.
Mims, Cotton, Udine.
Council President, just let the record reflect that Councilman Aldalazi mentioned it on the workshop, that he's going to put us 5 because we was here, but he's going to add the other councilmen that
Right.
willing to be sponsored too. I just
Thank you. Roll call on item number 36, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 36 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
So I have a few words I'd like to say on behalf of this designation to Chairman John Curry. I want to give him thanks for his leadership. Sometimes some screaming was in there in between. But the reality is that, you know, he opened doors to many. Unlike what others may think or say, he opened a lot of doors for people of color to be able to get elected in different positions, and he gave them the opportunity for nominations and so forth. I just on a personal can say that, you know, at a younger age, I met him. He's only been, I believe, our chairman for probably a little over 10 years, but he's been involved for many, many years. He was the first African-American to ever be elected as Passaic County chairman, And, just wanted to just say a few words and just say thank you. Thank you again for the leadership and your education in terms of politics, in terms of running elections. And, thank you because today I'm here because of those teachings. So with that said, I am in an affirmative yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
I don't know. I look at things a little differently. I apologize. One of these kids is doing his own thing, I guess. And I'm glad Brother Melvin walked in, man. He's my idol. See, a guy like that, KC Melvin, I could look up to. I could respect, I could appreciate that dude, man. Things like that. But see, what I look at is like professional organizations, like the Lakers. When they get a coach that's losing games, they don't let him stick around for 10 years. And listen, I respect everything that Chairman Curry has done for himself. What he's done and accomplished for himself and a few of others, I take my hat off because it is definitely worthy. In fact, I think I'm going to give this an affirmative vote because you came from the projects, now the street that you grew up on is now named after you. But what about the thousands of kids we lost there? The family, the lives we lost? The vehicle, the tools, or the vehicles that the projects provided for black families that we've lost. We now have a person who's not from the city who is a benefactor of all of the real estate that's there now, who pocketed $20 million in developers' fees in facilities that are falling apart. And this next one goes out to my girl, Mona Bowles, who her aunt consistently has to call me because she's 80 plus years old, she lives in those facilities, and her air conditioning hasn't worked for the last 3 years. But this council just approved the $20 million to give to that derelict landlord to pocket another $6 million in developers' fees, to go back in and spend an enormous amount of money on revamping those apartments that he neglected, that he's not from Paterson, that he neglected. Royceman. And in fact, right now, he's doing assessments, appraisals on all those properties that he owns in that area that have outlandish tax pilots on them. That specific one there has a 99-year pilot or a 60-year, and then all of those around the North 3rd and Arch Street areas. So the average person may say, how is that related? When you're the guy that puts a lot of these people that's in these very seats in place. You're the guy. You're the chairman. And a lot of these people had to come and bend the knee, kiss the ring for your approval. And here we are. I mean, listen, I have to commend from a car salesman to the state Democratic chairman, but our city is suffering, man. And if I'm wrong, then I'll get up and leave right now. We're suffering. But see, for some people, it's a benefit for suffering to continue. For some people who capitalize on the conditions of our community, while people from outside the community can still continue to come here, get six-figure jobs, contracts continuously given away outside. Let's not talk about the representation on the freeholders board that we just now lost with TJ expiring. So, listen, I look at things like, and then some people, oh, it's negative. Factual context is never negative. Never negative. The truth is never negative. When they don't want to deal with it, when they don't want to deal with it. But these are the conditions that we deal with. When we spend $100 million, I don't want to, because I can't wait for the public portion. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
I'll be quick, Uncle Ernie. So let me, a lot of things come before this council, and I'm going to be very quick, naming streets and different things. I'll take 1.5. Chairman Curry is born and raised Paterson, from the CCP, as we know, we formerly called them projects or housing facilities. That's where he's born and raised. For someone to go from humble beginnings to not a car salesman, part owner of the dealership, to helping us get President Biden as the President of the United States of America and changing the dynamics for so many people like a Kamala Harris and so many others to be in positions of authority in so many places where some people in diversity were not able to go. That speaks volumes from someone, an African-American male, from the CCP housing facility or project, right from the first ward of Paterson. I always say we may agree to disagree, we may like or don't like individuals, but we have to give people credit where credit is due. We have named streets after some people that have not done half of the stuff that I have to say that this chairman has done on the Democratic side for the Democratic Party. Some people may agree or don't agree, but we have to speak the truth to those things. I don't know about kissing rings and all that stuff. Like, I came through straight with the people. The people put me in my seat, so I don't know about all of that. But I will say that when it comes to what's happening, and I'm praying because I put forth an item for Blackstreet, who is from Paterson, Grammy Award-winning group from the first ward. It was put forward, and we changed the location because they are from the first ward. So I'm praying that that will be on the agenda next week's workshop, that it will be presented so that we can vote on that one, because that was on this agenda as well. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Newton.
1.5.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So thank you, Councilman Al-Aziz, for putting this together. And again, it's a very well-deserved honor, I would say. Chairman Curry, he deserved it. Because last many years, we were very close to an house. I saw my first experience and how he's leading the Democrat in Passaic County and in New Jersey. This is the person we are speaking about today. He is the first African American chairman in the Passaic County, and in New Jersey is the only second. The two of them are in this position. So I think this is very well deserved. Thank you, Chairman, for everything you do for us, especially for the young leaders, to educate us. And again, congratulations, and my vote is yes to this.
Councilman Velez.
So John Curry, he was born in North Carolina and proud and graduated from Paterson School District and attended also Rockwell University. And I just gotta put it simple and easy. We honor him, John Curry Way. My question will be, if Martin Luther King will be alive or Martin X will be alive, what will be their opinion on all the comments that was made today here? My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Please wait. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is very well deserved. I believe Chairman Curry is a winner, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent.
We have
Item number 30.
we have couple of items, then we'll go to.
Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Okay. We have 3 DPW items. Director is here. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Director. Item 37, Madam Clerk.
Item number 37 for adoption, resolution authorizing an emergency contract extension with Suburban Disposal, Inc. for a period of 3 months for the collection of solid waste for the city of Paterson. Public Works Resolution number 23:375.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by
Second.
Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 37.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So this item is to extend the garbage contract. I cannot let it go by that quick. So I made a request the last time because we keep giving extensions, and I made a recommendation and a request that we will do a full assessment of the work that they're doing. Has that assessment assessment been done, and where's the report? I would love to see the report with the assessment of the work that they've done within that time frame.
Yes, Director.
Well, the assessment is daily. Every day we assess the company. Report's not full yet because the work is not done yet.
So, to that statement, before we continue giving out additional contracts, we should have a full report. Even if we're assessing it, there should be something that is data-driven with measurable deliverables and realistic outcomes. We should have those reports monthly, especially if we knew this was coming before us. I think that needs to be done before we even review this item. I'm not sure when the other contract ends, and I think that if it's going to end soon and we don't have the time, I think we should have done that prior to bringing it before us. But we have to do our due diligence, because if they have not fulfilled their obligation of all the complaints, I want to know how they've been doing. I want to know how many violations they've had, how many fines they've received, and have they paid everything. That should have been a report that was given to us prior to this coming before the council again for three more months of an extension. And if it's not anything that's written and it's just something we know offhand, that's not good enough.
Councilwoman, this is an extension while we're in the bid process. We're out the bid right now.
I can't hear.
It's on, mic is on.
It's on?
It is on.
It's low? You get it?
It's low.
Yeah, we go ahead.
It's an extension while we're in the bid process for the new contract. We're out the bid right now. We're waiting on for them to come back, and then whoever bids on it, the lowest responsible bidder will get the contract.
So, Director, do we have that data in writing
For
that I'm requesting?
liquidated damages and stuff, we have a list of liquidated damages.
Of
We
what
have,
they've done from the last time till now, how many complaints have come in, how many violations, how many fines? Do we have a report that's ready and available that can be given to the council tonight or tomorrow?
no, not tonight. I get you something tomorrow. I don't have it in front of me tonight.
Okay. So with that being said, because this is not, I don't know if this is, it doesn't appear time sensitive.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
And Council President, if I could just add.
One second. Councilwoman Mims,
No, so they're saying it's time sensitive. I would love to hear the BA to talk about the time sensitivity, and then I'll have another point.
Yes, so the contract is expiring at the end of June. This has been almost a year-long process now that we've been working through this. And we went out to bid multiple times, and this is now, I believe, the third time that we are going out, in part because the city of Paterson is dealing with the same thing that most municipalities around the state are dealing with, incredible increases to the cost of their solid waste contracts. So we have tried multiple ways to decrease that cost. We are in the process of doing that with this final bid regarding bulk pickup and switching how we do things. That is why we need to have an extension. This is essentially an emergency extension because we have no ability to award a contract as part of a bid process, but we still need our trash picked up. So that's why, and we're doing it for a 3-month period. In the past, we've done it for 6 months throughout the last since June of last year.
So to the director, to the BA, and especially to the public, I have asked for this for a while. This is nothing new. I've been asking for reports. Give us the data. We want to identify, because it's needs-based assessment. We have to identify what are the needs, are they assessing them, should we go back or allow them to come back? We go through the same cycle. We still get people that say their garbage is not picked up. They're leaving trash. We're doing all this stuff. And to bring it forward, whether it's an emergency or not, and not to have a report, I think is another smack in the face is a smack in the face. So the director said he can present it. I think it would be late to present it tomorrow because it's on for vote tonight. but that should be something that we have prior to more proactively so that we can see that and then we can make demands in the RFP process for the company. Because if no one is bidding, say they're the only bidder, you still should change the specs to hold them. But what data is in the specs? Because if you don't have the data of the report of what they have not been doing to hold them accountable, the specs won't match what they're not doing. And that's what I'm trying to state and recommend. When you're doing these specs, with the reports, the data that you find, you should have those as standards or a model that you're placing to them. This is our expectation. This is what you have not done. You've missed 50 people's homes. You did not clean up, boom, 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 and whatever. All of that should be a part based on the data and the report, and it should be attached to that RFP process. Because if no one else is applying, they're the only one, we should not just arbitrarily give it to them just because they're the only one. Then we got to hold their feet to the fire.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Mendez, then we'll take a vote on it.
Sure, thank you, and I definitely will be brief because at the DPW committee meeting, director and the members know that all the discussion that we've been having, I was the one pushing for the 3-zone. We tried the 3-zone, and the reason why we tried 3-zone was to allow those small companies to be able to participate and be able to cover maybe 1 zone, maybe 2 zone, and not having, suburban disposal, which is the largest one, take the whole bid. Even though it's been hard, it's been difficult, this is time sensitive because somebody have to pick up our garbage. Yes. They have to. But I have to, one of the requests that I have, Director, with this extension is that we need a person in charge of representing suburban disposal at the meeting, at the DPW committee meeting once a month, that we could have this dialogue, one-on-one conversation. When we start deducting a fee from each property that they never collect the garbage, they start changing, and the services will start getting better. So this is the request that I want moving forward. I understand that this have to go, and we have to vote on this because they are the only one that we have on the floor. But there's a lot more that we could do. So I'm looking forward to have that conversation at the committee. Thank you, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. Item number 37.
Item number 37, resolution authorizing, Councilwoman Cotton. She's not here. Councilwoman Davila.
So the reason why I am supporting this item is specifically who's going to pick up your trash. So this extension has to happen. As you heard, there's a whole RFP process, and what we're getting back, within the last year, we've been talking about this for quite some time, even before a year ago, was how we're not content with the company, all right, but at the same time, what do you do? And so understanding that we need for our garbage to be picked up, although with all the complaints that we get, because we get the screenshots, the business owners, the constituents to call us to say that as the companies are going through, yeah, they'll pick up your garbage, however, and just toss, your trash can, and if there's anything in the bottom, it'll go to the street, and it's a bigger mess. So they actually are part of the problem as well. But with that said, they don't do that throughout the entire city, and at the end of the day, our trash has to get picked up. So for this, right now, I am going to approve the 3-month extension. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. And Director, I support 99.9% of everything you bring forward, but I can't support this. Just today, I'm going to send you some video. I meant to send it to you earlier. Some video right in front of my business. They pull up, picking up construction debris, couches, whoever paid them, they pull up right on the side. And this is just a continuation of neglect. This is an opportunity for the administration to do right by you, allow you to make some new hires, lease some trucks. Let's give some individuals in our community an opportunity to be gainfully employed, pay them reasonably, because even members of our community, members of the lodge that went on to work for this company wouldn't even work for them for more than a week. because they said they're not paying the licensed CDL drivers, they're not paying them fairly, and we're wondering why the services are so poor, because this company does not hold like anybody else. Why would anybody respect this community? We don't respect ourselves. But, Director, again, no disdain on you. I know you're doing your best, and you guys have been doing a phenomenal job of tracking and holding them accountable, but they don't need to be collecting our garbage any longer. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, Director, I make a recommendation over 6 months ago about a study on how can we do the pickup in-house. I know we have a professional that the city hired to do that study. I don't know if it's ready, but if it's ready, let's bring it to the council. Let's have the discussion. Let's look at different options, because moving forward, we're gonna have to be creative. We're gonna have to go for Plan B, because we're gonna spend millions of dollars. We're going out for a bid again, and we all know the results are gonna be higher and higher, because I mean, Suburban, they're the biggest company in the community. If the different zone doesn't work, we're gonna have to be creative and look at the study and see how can we do that in-house, because we're gonna spend almost the same amount of money, and I believe that we will save money, and we hire local Patersonian to do the job, so which is gonna be a win-win. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, for the extension.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So, because I believe that we have to be proactive, I think that we should be a data-driven city so that we can do better and move our city forward and be more efficient, effective, and more engaging and more productive. I think, and we say that it's time sensitive, we have another meeting, a voting meeting on the 27th. This could have been voted on the 27th, with all of the data attached. We could have changed it, held their feet to the fire, and made them more accountable. We can't keep giving out extensions after extensions, even the fact that no one else is applying for the bid, for us to just keep giving out 3 more months, and only because we won't have another garbage company. We know that already, but we have to change the standards of the specs. We have to upgrade the information and hold these companies accountable. With that being stated, I'm going to stand true to my standards and my integrity, because that is not done, and we don't have that information readily available to make sure they do the right thing. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, before I vote, Director, just recommendation. Since it's 3 months extension, you have to come back for whether another extension, or what's the other strategy you're coming up with, or different company bidding for
Hopefully the
for
next
the contract?
Hopefully
Right.
the next would be to
No,
to
you
work-
cannot. I think you cannot answer now. So here's the yeah. Okay, stop it. Stop. I'm not asking questions. Just throwing my recommendation then. So I believe that this is what we need to see, because 6 months ago you came for 6 months extension in January. Now coming again for 3 months, and if it continues, there is no ending. There is no solution. So I like to see in these 3 months you're preparing for something strategic, as Councilman Mims mentioned about the data that you can apply to, and come up with the idea that what's the better option for us that we can come up with 3 months later. I think we should start working on this from now. And with that being said, I'm supporting it today for 3 months, and I'd like to see you coming up with not another extension or something different. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
Well, we are here for the 3-month extension. I know that we spoke this in committee. The reason that we are extending is because the previous bid out there had came back too high in the pricing of collecting the garbage in the city of Paterson. Even the proposal about creating zones failed also in that proposal. And the debate between the garbage collection in the commercial corridors and this and that also was not a good idea. So hopefully when they come back with a 3-month, after the 3 months of this expiring, they come with a new contract. And moving forward, I had to say this. We had to educate our residents. Why? We have ordinance in the books that every garbage had to be in a garbage recycle can. You see garbage out there in bags, cats, rats go all over it. They pick it up is going to be all over the city. Why? Because people are not using garbage can, they're not following the municipal ordinance. There's a municipal ordinance for everything regarding keeping our city clean, sidewalks and everything. If we start doing that, probably they could do a better job also at the same time. And I have to commend the DPW employees that go out there and pick up the remaining, not from the garbage collected company, the remaining of the mess some resident do out there. So I had to commend the DPW that they go on and beyond to pick up all this dumping, that people come and dump in every corner, weekends, long weekends, is dumping everywhere. DPW is there to do what suburban don't do. So saying that, let's move forward. I know this administration had even fined this same company because they not doing the job the right way, and they got fined. So saying that, my vote is yes for a 3-month extension. My vote is yes.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. We do have 2 more public works items.
Yes.
Can we just take that, then we'll go to public portion? Item 38,
Yeah.
then 39?
Yes, the votes are 5 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Item 38,
Item number 38, resolution authorizing the award of contract to DLS Contracting, Inc. for the 2022 State Aid Road Resurfacing Program bid number 23.10 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution number 23:37.
So move.
Second.
moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 38.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman
So
Mims.
just very quickly, on this particular item, I know Chamberlain Ave, I guess this is for Phase 2 of Chamberlain, and there's another portion. I would like to receive an update on all the roads that we approved previously. I'm just not understanding why I'm in agreement with Chamberlain. I just want to understand how did Chamberlain get done before some of the other streets that were previously approved. So can we get an update of all the items, all the streets that were previously approved, and an understanding of when they're going to get done? If we can get that, Madam B.A., and to the Director. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, Chair, Director, can you give me an update? I know we approved East 21 from 20 Avenue all the way down to Park Avenue. And we approved that about a year and a half ago. Can you give me an update when they're going to resurface that?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
No,
Just
give me
give
an
him an email.
update
Thank you.
late in the committee or whatever.
That's what I said.
You
the
could
full report.
email him.
That's what I
or-
asked for.
You'll have that.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Particularly that one.
Roll call on item number 38.
Roll call on item number 38 for adoption. Councilwoman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On item number 38, we have 9 vendors that applied that submit full package, and DLS was the lowest and responsible bidder with $1,129,755. I'm definitely looking forward to see this job done, especially 14th Avenue, all the way through East Side Park, Director. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Lenz?
Well, I am happy to see these items on here to get it done. I'm waiting to see the lower part of Governor Street, Montgomery Street, and so many other streets that you can actually put your foot inside of the holes that we previously approved get done. I spoke to the director for 29 May Street. There's a huge hole on 29 May Street, East 39th, East 40th, 42nd was previously approved. It's like the Dukes of Hazzard here in Paterson. So I would like to see that list to make sure that there's a timeline attached why some streets are getting done quicker than others. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So as I stated, Director, East 21st Street between 20 Avenue and Park Avenue was approved a long time ago. I need the status on that. Also, Market Street is a county road. I know they already did the cement work on it from East 31st up to Lakeview Avenue. That is another moon to travel. My vote is yes on this.
Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Everything is in the resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 38 is adopted.
Item number 39.
Item number 39, resolution authorizing a contract amendment for qualifications proposals for the design and permitting for the reconstruction of River Street for the Division of Engineering for the Department of Public Works, RFP number 2022-30.1, Public Works, resolution number 23:3.
So
So
moved.
move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Bellis, second by Councilwoman Mims. Any question?
Yes, I have.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Before I ask you, Director, can you give us the summary of what's this amendment of $56,054 for?
It's for the River Street project. When they went and assessed the River Street, they noticed that some of the roads needed more sewer work into the blocks that they were intersecting with sassafras. Some of those, I think the list is on here, or we can get it to you. But there was some more sewer work that needed to be done, leading into River Street. So this is just part of the design phase of that work.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, then Councilwoman Mims.
So, Director, this is phase one?
Yes.
Okay, so, press conference that the mayor did on River Street, he said that it was going to be paved and finalized in 2024. We are about 6 months, about 2024. When it's going to be phase 2, 3, and then finish?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
I don't have a date right now.
That's what the people ask out there.
I don't know what the mayor said that day.
That's
I
what the
don't know.
people ask right there. That's why when they do press conference, they have to be on the dot, because then they come to us asking questions, why, and this is not done, this and that. Then we had to turn into councilman, engineering, paving, and all the above.
I didn't have
So,
the press conference.
I hope the mayor comes, I hope you was there. I hope the mayor comes and give us a highlight or tell the community in a PA system or whatever, the process for the residents that travel through there knows what's going on. My vote is, no, we haven't voted yet.
You're not voting. Councilwoman Mims.
I like your snapback. I like that. I didn't do the press conference. I like that. So with this particular contract in particular, I have a few questions. One, how many phases will it take to do River Street?
This is design phase, and then next is construction.
Okay.
Okay, so to the viewing public, River Street encompasses 3 wards, 1st Ward, 3rd Ward, and 4th. So with this design, I'm praying they do it right the first time, that the sketch design work is from all the way down, from Route 20, all the way down to the end. I saw they're doing some repaving work on like one of the streets that's there, but then when you go beyond that, you have the potholes, and then beyond that. So can we make sure, to Madam B.A., I'm not sure what the title, but I've been talking about project managers forever. Can we specifically assign a project manager or two, a manager and an assistant to the River Street project to ensure that everything is in its proper perspective? The depth of what's being done, the dig-up work, the curb work, everything is in its proper perspective, and then they can provide a update as the work is being done, so we can understand where we stand in the scope of the work, and if there's more proaction in the change orders that we would know. So because this is only about $56,000, but we know River Street is going to cost millions, because River Street is not just repaving. It's a sewer infrastructure
It's a reconstruction.
It's deeper than just filling a pothole. So to the viewing public, I saw a really hilarious video. Kudos to that guy, went viral, talking about River Street. But River Street is not just a cut and dry repair. It's deeper than that, and we have to make sure that when this work is done, that they do it right the first time. If not, it will be a disaster. So I'm asking on record that these things are in place, Madam B.A., a project manager specifically for River Street, not, because, sometimes we'll do multiple, but we got to have somebody oversee that work.
Definitely.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Roll call on item number,
Council President, I have a quick question.
yes, Councilman Woodin.
Thank you. Director, so When you repaved Redwood Avenue, right? I recently took a visit, talked to the people. Right now the concern of the residents are, people drive too fast. So now my point is, recently we adopted a resolution that, or the ordinance that, speed bump stripes will be installed if residents want them. So those new repavement, the street that included and the resurface is going to take place soon. Are you thinking about installing the bumps and stripes, or people has to request for that?
No, that hasn't been talked about yet. Any humps or bumps on River Street, no.
So let's say you repaved everything and people requesting again that we need bumps because, what's going to happen at that point?
We'll talk to the city engineer. See if that's something we could do with the administration.
Can you please, just add this on your item as well, because this might come back after the repavement. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call?
Roll call on item number 39 for adoption, Councilwoman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just want to point out how amazing it is. Certain council members who have the luxury of spending the enormous amount of time in the mayor's private quarters somehow seem to have to come here to question whatever's going on in press conferences and things of that nature. You spend all the time in the mayor's private quarters, you have plenty of time to ask what's going to, what's the value of what went on behind the press conference. But we come here to waste the public's time even further. But anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I asked my question at the workshop, and I just for the record, because I hope we could move a little bit faster, but just for the record, I think that, there was a lot of question about River Street, if it's going to be delayed, because what we're voting on an amendment for the engineer work, and we're including Montgomery Street, Warren Street, King Street, 11th Street, 12th Street, 13th Street, First Avenue, in the engineer work. I know we're working with the sewer. We want to separate the sewer. I understand there's a lot of work, but to the viewing public, this council, we have done our part. We allocate the funding. Now the ball is in the court of the administration, and the directors moving forward with that. So, Director, if there's any update, please come back to us, because River Street, everybody's waiting for River Street to be done. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
On this sign, or whatever they're going to do there on River Street, just take in consideration that this is a flood zone, and probably they could do retaining walls to prevent the river to come and damage the road again. Regarding the speed humps or whatever they requested, I think we should amend that ordinance to have the traffic engineer, without the request of the residents, to do a study on speeding and whatever going on, accidents, and then do it administrative without a resident's request. We should amend that to put it at the shoulder of the traffic engineer. Saying that, I'm going to still go to press conference. Yes, my vote is yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6
Good night,
in favor,
Council.
3 absent. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's open up the public portion. How many speakers do we have?
22 speakers.
22 speakers.
No, the agenda is over.
First speaker, Madam Clerk.
The agenda is over.
Mr. Ernest Tucker.
Before I start my time, just really quickly, I am very glad that you did recognize Ms. Schaefer. She has been a...
The mic is on. Your time has started, sir. Go ahead.
Well, then I'm going to need additional time, sir,
go ahead.
through the chair. Ms. Schaefer deserves the credit that she's received. She works with parents, she works with students, she works with teachers, and I think that was the right thing to do. Now that I'm off of that, I came here with a conversation tonight concerning a hiree that was done. But I got a call 10 minutes before I got here, and there were several other people doing that hiring process that are now complaining. So I choose to come back at the next televised meeting after meeting with them as well before I make that presentation. I want to make sure that I do this quickly. I want to say to Dave Gilmore, congratulations, you are returning back to work on the 28th.
When he returns?
It is a very interesting thing when the rabbit gets the gun. Okay? I sat here tonight and I watched this council, and I understand the administration and their urgency for what they need to do and your urgency for the information you need to do. This is not a one-sided deal. But I also watched the body language and the smirks from a few council people that came here with an agenda just to push things. Okay? Well, I don't need the mic. I can be heard. There was something definitely wrong with how the council is being run. And very shortly, we will have the presidency up for grabs. And I need you all to understand something. If you screw this up, if we like you or not, you're going to hear from us. This council has been controlled too long by a few people. And I see them making the moves right now to garner support. Now they're talking to people that they don't usually talk to, so they can arrange the takeover again. But there's 5 at least on this council, maybe 6, that have the ability to shake this up and create good government. If you want us to stop coming here messing with you, do the right thing. The presidency, first of all, I have no preference. My preference is taking power away from a group of people that have destroyed this city and mistreated this community. That's my point of view. That's my strategy. It's time for y'all to get together and have the conversation about power. Not the presidency. I ask for one more time through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Please wrap it up.
As I was saying, sir, I was going to wrap up, but I keep telling you, let me finish, we'll be all right. As I was saying, the presidency is not about the person. It's about the power of the presidency. And we can't seem to get nothing done on this side of the aisle. So we need a change. I want to let you know I'm going to be watching you. I'm going to be reporting on you. I'm going to be Facebooking on you. And I'm going to be calling some names. Any deals that's made for this presidency that's against the community, we're coming for you. And you know I don't threaten much. I get it done. I got more information. Oh, I'm trying to be nice. I told you tonight I'm nice. I'm not threatening. But mess this up if you please. Mess this up if you please. Let that power go back to the same cycle of people. And you've done yourself a disservice and you've done your community a disservice. I know the deals are being made. I get all the information. I know who's talking garbage, who's telling us they're with us, and who are not with us. If you mess this up, the next presentation will be talking about you. So I think y'all need to call each other, sit down, you're like-minded, get this thing done, get the strategy together, and move this city forward. In closing, which I was not going to use, but I have to do it now. In closing, let me remind you all, you sit up here and you talk and you talk and talk. You got legislation on the books from 1970 that you've not upgraded. You talk about garbage bags. Well, guess who's buying the garbage bags are out there? Those landlords from out of town that come here that won't buy garbage cans. So what do you expect them to do with their garbage? Dave, I'm glad you're back. We need enforcement. We need your type of enforcement. I want you to get to it, do your job, because you know something, you can't get rid of something good. They can try. I still love you, motherfucker.
Thank you, Mr. Rocker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is David Gilmore.
Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I would ask that my extended family come up again as well, because we're still looking for Felix. I want to thank you, Ernie, for the acknowledgement. I want to thank those that were involved with expediting the process here lately after the Civil Service Commission and Office of Administrative Law found in my favor. I don't come here tonight to talk about that whole thing. I want to put it behind me. I don't want to talk about being fired the day I pulled petitions to run for mayor. I don't think that's appropriate right now, but we know what happened. I don't want to talk about the fact that charges were trumped up and railroaded and conspiracy to remove me from my job, as the judge said. This is not me talking, this is the judge. Judge said that. I don't want to talk about that. But I do want to talk about going forward. I want to talk about the fact that I'm not the guy that does selective enforcement. When I send my inspectors, I send them to write tickets. If you're not writing tickets, you don't have a job, as far as I'm concerned. I get entry-level people coming in I hire from Paterson, and it's my intention to go back and hire some more Paterson people. Paterson people in these entry-level jobs, not looking for favors and friends and this one and that one and political this and that. No, Paterson people that can come in and do the job and move them on, not stay there forever in an entry-level job. That's not what we do. We train people, we move them on to better jobs, better opportunities, get them educated. We pay people to go to school. Go to school, get your reimbursement, get a better job through the city of Paterson. That's what we're looking for. Take care of Paterson people. That's important, to include the ones that are missing. One of the things, and the time runs very quickly up here, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to say and echo, as far as Councilwoman Mims has said, I've been advocating for reports as well. We're coming to a close on this council's tenure. Then we need to have the reports on what you did the previous year. How do we plan to go forward if we don't have the information? We've got to be data-driven. We've got to talk about the hits and the misses. What do we do and how do we get better going forward? The hotspot legislation, we have nothing. The report on tonnage or recycling or tickets or revenue and all the other avenues to report on activities to move the city forward. How do you plan if you don't have reports? That's ridiculous. I don't get it. So we need to be a little bit more proactive in terms of being smarter, not working hard, but working smart. And those are some of the things that I want to look at going in. Don't call me to give people favors. I don't want to hear this guy's a supporter of the mayor, don't ticket him and this. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't call me with that, because we can open up some new charges going forward, because everything is not resolved yet. We still have other things that are still yet to be resolved. At the end of the day, it's about working for our community, cleaning it up, making sure that everybody's treated equitably, picking up the garbage, going after the dumpers, these damn furniture stores out here with this stuff. That's the first thing I'm going to do. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I don't care whose friend they are. You got to move that furniture off the sidewalks. How long have we going to continue to let people do that? This is not a flea market down here in front of City Hall. So we got to get serious. I'm going to look for some of you for your support to help us do that. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. I mean, it's been, but we're going to make some noise. And at the end of the day, when we look at what we were able to accomplish, I think that we'll be on the positive side. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay and do the work. People are saying, take the money and run. I'm not taking no money and running nowhere. I'm staying right here. I'm from Paterson. My family name is synonymous with Paterson. I didn't appreciate the fact that people came after me for bullshit. And at the end of the day, we're going to continue to work for Paterson. And I want to thank those that worked to help me get over the hump, because some of them were not, I'm not calling no names, but some people weren't here when a lot of this stuff happened. So I give you credit for having to step forward and try to help us get this thing resolved, because when you think about it, some people can lose their licenses and jobs and everything else when everything comes to light, because it's not over yet. This is just the first phase.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Giovanni De Jesus. Please state your name.
Giovanni.
I'm with you, but I'm going to sit down.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
496 days my brother been missing. How you feel, parents out here, city of Paterson, when your son goes missing for at least 5 minutes? You know, you're in the store, and your son just go missing, right? How do you guys think how my mom feels about 496 days? How you think me and my brother feels about risking our life in jet skis, boat, walking, water boots, you know, walking up and down Passaic River and everything? How you think we feel? And could you guys please translate after I finish this in the language that they use in the second war, the main language, I think is Bengali or Indian, that type of language, because maybe they don't understand me. Because I do walk around those houses, and you know what they say? No thank you. As I speak to them in English, say no thank you. I'm not offering them nothing. I'm just asking them questions to see. Almost 2 years my mom been suffering. You know what internal bleeding is? Huh? Little by little. That's why I'm like coming over here. Promises. That was promise. When they took me into the room, you know, we're going to get you answers. Well, 496 days, still no answers. Who's investigating this? Attorney General? Internal Affairs? The prosecutors? What's going on? As Mr. Jerry Special say, today's victims, tomorrow's shooters. Oh, well, guess what? This family been hurting. And we're not that type of family. We want our brother back. We want our loved one back. Sometimes I apologize because I came out of here with anger. But you know what? I'm staying focused. And trust and believe me, I believe in God. And my mom, my brother, my father, my nieces, my nephew, my son, myself, and I, we believe in that God. And you see these tears that this woman is crying? It really hurts. Please, whoever's in charge of the Attorney General, please contact my family. Just do that. Why, when we ask for the Oprah request of my brother, you know, what happened? Who called those cops? Those radios? Because if you believe, I've been asking for the video to go up there. Whenever y'all get a chance, let's put the video. When the video's finished, one of the officers say 10-4, assignment completed. 10-12, assignment completed. What assignment, who was in charge that night that sent those two officers into an assignment? What assignment was that? Well, these officers only get 3 months of a missing person case on a cold blue weather that they're supposed to support us and help us. My brother had short sleeve. He was highly intoxicated because he was highly intoxicated. You know, and then the video started when my brother's telling the officer, Jacob Feliciano, my hand is broken. My hand is broken. I think the protocols of that, I'm not a graduate from school, but I think the protocol of that was to call an ambulance. Who did they call? Why did the other officers completed the assignment? What assignment they put those officers to do? They put them to do an assignment of my brother missing case, but now they want to accuse 5 people that seen them down there. Okay, but literally what they don't know is who's Javier, whoever is in charge of the secretary or whoever's in charge of the, whoever's in charge of the mayor's office, whatever, that he answered the phone. Whoever is that guy is, he spoke and he told someone that somebody was picked up in critical condition around the same time, around the same day. Who's that person that got picked up? Please, let's bring these officers out here to tell us what really happened that night with my brother. You know, why are they hiding it? What happened to that night? How did they put him in the unit, force them in there? While he was telling them, my hip. My brother had 2 hip replacement. They broke his arm. They forced him into the vehicle. And now my brother disappeared, thin air. Where is my brother? 496 days of pain and suffer. And now another thing is, we open requested, right? I think it's 7 days. I might be wrong. But why do we have to wait another 14 days on top of that? Why all the time that we ask for something of my brother, no, you have to wait another 14 days? Why? Another thing is, why do we have to keep coming up here? Please, man. All we asking is for the community. Somebody knows anything, please let us know where our brother's at. You know, we got the reward out there. Contact Heldon. If something would have happened in the street with this reward that is going on, something would have blew up already in the streets. But you know what's the problem here? That it's not in the streets. It's in the police station. It's into the mayor. You know? It's in there. It's the cover-up. You know? The cover-up, you know, but other families gave up. But trust and believe me and my brother and my family, we're not going to give up on this. Sometimes I don't come over here because you know why? When I leave from here, you know what I get? Silence. Silence. You know what we'd like to get? Answers. You know what we'd like to get? To at least get my brother back alive. But you know what? It's been so long that, just like I said the last time, give me something. At least I can tell my niece and nephew, my mom, hey, listen, this shit's fucked up. It just happened. You know? At least let me go and kneel down and give my brother a flower or something. At least let me go give the last kiss and hug to my brother. At least. You know, the last kiss and hug that he gave me, it was before he went home. And he told me, I'm going home. I was the last person that talked to my brother that night before he went home. And then all this happened when the cops currently said they dropped him off. How do we know they dropped him off? Where's the GPS records of that unit? Where's the radio, you know, unit, you know, we dropped off this person, you know, at this moment, at this time, you know, where's all that at? Where's all these things at? Could we get that, please? We're not asking for much. Who do we have to ask? Who do we have to go to get these things? That all the GPSs, the transmission, and the dispatch and all that paperwork. Because I think at the end of the night, they got to do their paperwork, who they dropped off, who they was, what contact they made with what person, and all that. Why we cannot get that information? Because it's highly people getting paid that are working together. Please, man. The Attorney General, whoever is in charge, please contact my family, contact my brother, contact myself, contact our family. And anybody that knows any type of information about my brother, Felix de Jesus, was missing from Westside Park. That's what the cops claim they dropped him off. It's a $50,000 reward. Whoever comes with the right answer with my brother. Nothing fake. It's nothing about fake. This woman's pain. Every single night, every single morning, where's my son? Father's Days, Mother's Day, birthdays. What else you want me to say? His son graduation. Like, it's not the same. It's very, very, very hurtful. We're not going for lawsuits and shit like that. We want answers. We want our brother. Other people, lawsuit, this, that. No. I got arrested by the same cop that took my brother. The same actual cop that took my brother. But you know what's the messed up part? He put the handcuffs on me, right? So as soon as you put the handcuffs on a person, you're supposed to do that report. Why he didn't do the report? That's another thing. It doesn't matter. Now another thing is, I'll go to court for criminal, because drop down to municipal, his stepfather's my judge. Common sense, right? Little by little, it doesn't matter. I just want my brother back.
Thank you.
Please, I just want my brother back.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Sebastian Mejia.
Mr. Mejia.
Sebastian Mejia. Okay, you go.
Good evening, Council, and good evening, Paterson. Like I say, every time I come up here, 80% of communication is nonverbal. As public servants, a big part of the job is diplomacy. A big part of the duty is to be fair in your dealings with the constituents. Whether you agree with what they're saying or disagree in how they deliver their message, you still have to have equal vision and respect in how you treat constituents. Whether you like it or not, how the message is delivered, you have to be diplomatic in your actions. So someone who seeks to represent the constituents of the Fifth Ward, when those same constituents speak to me and they tell me that they feel disrespected, they feel intimidated, and they feel that their business is being targeted, I have an issue with that. I have a serious issue with that. So when a store owner and his wife speak to me and they say that they were paid a visit by the incumbent of the Fifth Ward, and they were told the day after a situation occurred with them and their family and a business across the street, that they were paid a visit, and they were told that that sign in front of your store is a violation, that mural that has been up there since I was a kid is a violation against code, these flags is code, everything here is wrong. And when I see the security cam footage and I see the body language, and I can tell it's intimidating. So let's remind ourselves that it is your duty and responsibility to educate your constituents, not intimidate your constituents. That's not how I plan to legislate or lead as the future Fifth Ward councilman. That's not the legacy that I wish to have, and that's not how I'm going to treat the constituents. Whether I agree with you or disagree, you're going to have my respect and you're going to have my attention. I'm going to look you in the eyes when you're speaking to me. I'm not going to be on my phone and disrespect you. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Consistency and accountability. I can't be held accountable if you do not have the opportunity to speak to me and express yourself comfortably. Because if you can't express yourself with comfort to someone who's supposed to represent you, why would you seek their representation? Okay? So let's be mindful of that. All of us. We're in the people business. Politics is the people business. And your customer service speaks volumes of who you are as a legislator. I will never come up here and attack any of you for your personal life decisions. You've never heard it from me, and it will never come from me. But I do have an issue on the customer service you're giving to the constituents of this city, and that is why I think we all need to be more mindful of that. Okay? Once again, we're in this city, 150,000 plus. We're breathing the same air. We might not all be drinking the same water, though, but we're breathing the same air. The children in your families are going to the same schools. So let's start treating each other with some respect, because you never know who's watching, and you never know who is listening. Thank you. My name is Sebastian Mejia. Lord willing, I'll be the next 54 councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Angie Grulon. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker,
Next speaker is Hafiza Freeman.
Ms. Freeman.
Freeman.
I would like to have an extension just in case I go over my time. Could you allot me that, Mr. Council President?
Yes, go ahead.
I hope that everyone enjoyed their little break. It's been quite some time since we've been here in these chambers. So let's get back on track. Unfortunately, Mr. Villa left before the public portion began, but that's not going to stop me from speaking on what I got to say, because most of my speech is directed at her. So let's get to it. Last time we were here, Mr. Villa claimed that she tunes out negative comments or statements that are directed at her when addressed with profanity. And I'm still trying to figure out who spoke to her using profanity, and I have yet to come up with an answer. She claims she isn't listening, but lady, I know you hear me loud and clear, because my words are always presented eloquently and concise. She comes off very superficial no matter how many times she tries to assert herself using that tired sympathy card that is clearly played out. We have saw your hand already. So your tired tactics don't work here anymore. If you haven't noticed, individuals literally leave the room when you talk. You get tuned out because every word you spew is frivolous, lacking importance. We are sick and tired of y'all blowing smoke up our asses. We are not a chimney. And my apologies, the word ass is only deemed fit for this situation. Y'all blow so much smoke, hoping that we get caught up in the smoke and mirrors, but we have our PPE and we are fully equipped. We know the game that y'all are playing. Hell, we read the damn instructions. My generation is the old mixed with new school. We are not asking for respect. We are demanding it. And if it's not given, we are going to make a path to get it. We are not listening to y'all hogwash, which is presented to us on a weekly basis. And another thing, myself and others feel like there needs to be a punishment in place for those who leave without notice or constantly get up from their seats when their citizens are speaking, as well as your peers. It's super disrespectful and unfair to those who stay put. We know which ones do and we know which ones don't. And some corporal punishment or pay doc needs to be put in place, and maybe y'all will stay seated. And don't tell me y'all have weak bladders and you can't hold it, because getting up 5 to 6 times in 3 hours is absurd. We got to do better because it's a zoo up in here. And last but not least, we need our CCRB. I don't know what movements have been made to make this happen, but I will keep pushing for it because it's prudent that we have it. Like I said before, either y'all make it happen or we vote y'all out and we get people in that will make it happen. Y'all choice. But it will indeed be put in motion one way or another. And I wanted to leave you guys out with this quote. It seems to me that any unjust law is no just law at all. We need justice for Najee Seabrooks and justice for the Felix De Jesus family. Like, how many times is they going to keep coming back here without getting answers and without anything being done? And then one of the lovely ladies over here, she showed me her book. And I wanted to read what the book said, the title of it, because the cover was very, very adamant to what's going on here in these chambers. You were created to do good work. Work that empowers and inspires, liberates and transforms, restores and softens. Yes, work can be hard as it was meant to be. The verb itself calls into action, rejecting passivity and demanding sustained effort. It provokes, agitates, and disturbs. But this is work. The call for justice is good work. It defends the oppressed and the captive. It tears down walls and destroys barriers. It changes things. So when you are feeling weary or hopeless or indifferent, remind yourself that the darkness is being flooded by marvelous light. Yes, this is work and it is good. Do y'all work, do a good job, because we see who do and we see who don't. I'm telling y'all, listen, it's an uprising starting. Y'all need to decide which side y'all gonna be on, because we getting real sick and tired. If y'all don't pay attention, my generation, we strong and we fearless. And that's the thing which I need to understand. Be fearful of the fearless, because when we got our back against the walls, it's no telling what we gonna do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Wahida Muhammad.
In God's name, good evening. First of all, I want to say prayers to our clerk. We are praying for you, sister, and we pray that you will soon be back here with us. Now, my first question, and since you all say you write things down and you keep, notes about what we say, my first question is, when we say affordable housing in this town, I want to know, what does that mean exactly, especially for seniors? Because you'll say to us, this is affordable for seniors. But then when we get there, who is it affordable for? The landlord or us? The next thing I want to say is, council members, why is it that every time we come and we ask questions about the different things that we need as far as reports go, and I'm sorry that your president of all these different vital committees have chosen to leave, but as the chairperson of those committees, why isn't it her job to also give those reports? Because if you're meeting, those things should be happening at your damn meeting. So Councilwoman Ames said to me, and we know back in the day, that's what happened. When we came before this podium and asked questions, whoever that council person was over that committee was either able to give it to us then, or at the next meeting we had those answers. So I'm sick and tired of hearing you all say, well, it's the BA. She needs to give us those stats. She ain't got to. She chose that every time she don't have to. And you all sit there and allow her not to do it. Why? Is she over you that she tells you that you're not going to get something? That you need to do what the citizens of this city want you to do? Are you serious? The other thing I want to know is, when you all say about not only affordable housing, when you say to us that those things are being put together for low income. What does that mean? Whose income are you talking about? Because our income don't match these incomes that you all are talking about. So I want to know what it is that you're exactly talking about when you say that. This garbage company that does such a terrible job, and we still pay them millions of dollars. What sense does that make? And then you allow the administration to come and tell you something, and I don't want to curse because I don't like cursing. But when you say that this is time sensitive to who? Our time is sensitive. And we are tired of having our city look like a pigsty. And I told you before, when DPW come and clean up the mess that they leave, that company comes by and blow the horn and wave because they're getting the money. But they have to clean up for them. And you still say, this is time sensitive. I don't get it. The other thing I want to know, and you know, Councilwoman, through the chair to Councilwoman Cotton, you remember the meetings we had over at Freedom Village? Yes. And how they said, you know, we weren't able to use the community room because of the COVID and all this BS? Well, COVID is over as far as they're concerned, because every single day that community room is used by a company that comes and does programs in there. But when that company leaves every day, that room is locked. And we the ones that pay the rent for that facility, but we can't use it. What sense does that make? But it's also affordable. It's also for the seniors, so we can have a nice place to live in a prison. Because in a prison do they tell you when and where you cannot go. The other thing, and I'm going to tell you, you all can say what you want to say about John Curry, but I'm so thankful that there's a God that's going to decide what John Curry has done for this community. Because I know that some of you know the evil things that he's done. And say it if you want to. And as far as Eileen Schaefer goes, Eileen is one of those women that, and no, she cannot do it by herself. Because my thing has always been, if my children come to school and put their foot on a desk, that's me. But if they can't not recognize the word desk, then that's on that teacher. But as a parent, where do I stand? Eileen does the best job that she could do under the circumstances. And has she done them all right? No. But has we come and said, listen, I'm going to roll up my sleeve and do what I need to do to help you. And every time I have called on her for whatever the situation was, whatever it was that she could do, that's what she did. So I'm going to say to you, for once you did something for someone that really and truly deserved to be recognized. And as I said before, we might not like what goes on, but as long as we sit back and let it happen, it's on us. And we cannot sit back and say, well, it's on the administration. Because that administration does what you all allow them to do. Because it comes before you. That's what you said here tonight. That they got to come back to you. But what do? They tell you it's time sensitive. And then you go ahead and do it. And then look at us and say, it was them. We were here and saw it was you. So we are no longer. And as the young people have said, they're coming. And they're not going to come with the manners that you think we should have. Because they're tired of being tired. But like us, they're not old. They got a lot of energy. And every time you look around, they're going to be straight and in your face. And I say to the young people, keep coming. Keep learning and doing what you need to do. And as Malcolm said, by any means necessary. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Ojeda. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Val Freeman. Next speaker is Mark Shalen.
Mark Shalen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me just grab my glasses before you put a chain on. All right. Listen, I like to ask one question. Everybody knows me, so I don't have to introduce myself. I like to ask one question. How many of y'all right there love the children? Valdez isn't here, and most of this statement was going to go towards Valdez. So I know he ran out because he didn't want to hear what I had to say. You know, but simply this: the reason why I asked that is this: that when I was younger, my father used to make us get outside, sweep up in front of the house, and sweep up there and there. I mentioned about how dirty City Hall was before, and Valdez picked up on it, and for about a week and a half, every time I walked down, City Hall was being cleaned up. But I'm a little disturbed. I'm a little disturbed about how they will clean up City Hall, but yet, right over here in 5 Coat Street, sits a pile of shit, where the children have to walk every day. Right over here on 160 Market Street, there's a bigger pile of shit that the children have to walk through every day. Now, I don't know how y'all feel, but the tenants or the people that walk by the bus or the students aren't responsible for cleaning up this stuff. DBW is. How can you send a team of DBW around City Hall to clean up City Hall, and you look right across the street and you see a pile of dung that the children have to walk through every day, going back and forth to the Y, back and forth to a McDonald's, and they have to see that? Don't you know that you're sending a message to the children that we don't care about you? And not only that, what about the germs? And especially about McDonald's. McDonald's, somewhere a person eats. You gotta walk by a pile of stuff and say, oh, you're going to McDonald's and come back out. And no administrator sees this and says, let's clean this up. I don't have to talk about the furniture because I know you don't talk enough about it. And y'all know enough about it. Okay, that's as far as love the children. Shit on the sidewalk. Let's talk about Kings Highway. Is anybody familiar with Kings Highway? We talk about River Street. We talk about Hamilton Street. We talk about all the pot street and potholes in the street. But we got a Kings Highway up on 10th Avenue and 36th Street. As you go from Route 20, it's one block, and then it's another block, which is a dead end. Now, as you come up off of Route 20, you have to walk through potholes and cracks and so forth. You can't play jacks. The children can't go out and play ropes. The children can't go out and run in the street or they trip and maybe sprain their ankles. But as you continue to go up Kings Highway, the dead end, the whole dead end street has a patch on it, completely clear. The people up on the dead end street can come out, play jacks, walk barefoot, don't have to worry about no potholes or nothing. Or are you familiar with what I'm speaking of? Are you familiar with who lives up there? The mayor does. So you mean to tell me that this council okayed an asphalt job on just one dead-end street and left the one other block with potholes this deep? That's speaking of how our mayor thinks about us. Just give me a few more minutes here. We talk about Wonder Bread. Over in Wonder Bread, right on the corner there, we have a building, and I just spoke to Castillo about it, but I'm going to mention it. We have a building up there with one wall up, and now we're building off of one wall. In the holes, you have all the debris that should be going in a dumpster in a foundation where they're getting ready to cap over. Okay? 485 Park Avenue on the corner. No permit. By law, if you're doing work, you're supposed to have a permit on the building that you're working on. Wonder Bread. Over at Wonder Bread every weekend, we have all kinds of facilities taking place. We've got a car wash going on. We got a detail shop going on. We got food trucks going on. We even got the drug trucks coming in and out. We got a whole strip there that is nothing but businesses and nobody has a license. When we walk downtown, look at all the, no, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say DAM. Look at all the graffiti that we have all over Paterson. And we got an ordinance that says or states about graffiti. And most of the graffiti is being done at night time. And we know that. Over here, right over here, there was a black wall that was black. I kept taking pictures and so forth and making complaints. They blackened it out now, but before they had a big old white graffiti on it. And that same graffiti, we can take the little star and take it up to Hinchcliffe Stadium, because that's the same mark. No investigators got together and figured that out. Listen, all I'm saying is if we care about the children and the senior citizens and the residents in Paterson, we must learn to do better. And many of us that are not here, 1, 2, 3, we've learned to do better. We just don't give a damn. And that's the truth. In closing, I'd just like to say this. I understand the Oprah reports that these young people are looking for because it takes so long. But I think that the city council members, they should get on these people as far as these Oprah reports are concerned. Because after you can't receive the Oprah report, what's next? It's either going to the courts or taking it to the streets. And I know you don't want it to go to the streets.
Thank you.
In closing, I say goodbye. Hasta la vista.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Akbar McIntyre.
It's the Akbar.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. Peace and blessings be unto you. I heard a few things tonight about different things, reference to the school system and all these other little different things. And I just want to remind some of you guys, some of you guys that may have not been here, but I was born and raised here, and there was never a time in the city of Paterson where the people didn't catch hell. I don't remember that. I don't remember when there's ever been a time in the city of Paterson around school, crime, quality of life, drug addiction. I don't remember that. When there was never a time growing up in the projects and all these different places and streets and blocks, 4th Ward, 5th Ward, got to talk about that too, where the people didn't catch hell. I just want to remind you of that. For those who wasn't here, we were here. We survived every war that's been waged on urban America. And because I survived it, I want to express my gratitude for two wonderful people. I want to express my gratitude for my 7th grade school teacher, Ms. Edna Brown, who during the height of the school-to-prison pipeline reached and picked me up and grabbed me and helped me when many of the other educators were skeptical. And I want to also highlight Mr. Eddie Mad Dog Johnson, who was my boxing coach and who was one of the supervisors for recreation. And here across the street from this building at the City Hall Annex, ran the boxing program for the youth in the city of Paterson. We going back 40 plus years. And so I want to come before the city council because I want to propose a resolution to honor two of Paterson's finest fighters, Mr. Sean Wilkins and Mr. Frankie Toledo, who was the former IBF featherweight champion here in the city of Paterson. I had the privilege of growing up with these guys, starting out with these guys right across the street here at the City Hall Annex, Terror Dome, Gladiator School, where it was rough, very rough. We competed all over the country. I had the beautiful opportunity of traveling various parts of this country as a young amateur and Olympic-style fighter. Bilal was there, was one of the mentors there, Brother Robert Artis, Hanif Islam, many others. And because of that, we're bringing boxing back to Paterson, New Jersey, right here, and we're bringing it back to a historical site where Friday night fights was a thing in Paterson. And this is what we had. We had this as an outlet for positive action, healthy competition, releasing frustration, being able to, make a mark for yourself and go outside of the city of Paterson, travel, get to know people, get to see different things. And it was because of Eddie Johnson I was able to travel to various places. And so I want to put that resolution forward, and I want to let you all know live boxing is back in Paterson at the historical Hinckliffe Stadium. I don't know what's going on with y'all and how y'all feel about the stadium and all that kind of stuff. I ain't got time for that.
It's all good, don't worry, it's all good.
I don't got no time
They'll be there
for that,
supporting you.
but I'm going to use that venue to bring people into this city from all over the country. We're going to be bringing it in, and we're going to be packing this house, and we're hoping that you show up and support these efforts. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Akbar. Let me get the flyer.
Saturday, July 8th, between 1.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
We got live entertainment. We got a gentleman that's going to be doing a commemoration for Najee Seabrooks. There's going to be live entertainment on the big screen. We're going to really do this thing really, really, really nice. From 1 to 7 p.m., sir. All right? You can have it, sir.
Thank you. I'll pick it up later on. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Angela Cepeda.
Angela. Next speaker.
Jose Cepeda.
They left.
Bilal Hakim.
Bilal Hakim. He left too. He's still in the room. All right. I never leave mine. Good evening.
Okay, I'm gonna request perhaps a little bit more time. I may get through this here, but the first thing I want to just say is that one of the signs of the hour, the day of judgment, the end of the world, as I read, is that the wicked, those that do evil to people, will be praised in the corridors of diplomacy. Remember that. Yes. In the corridors of diplomacy, they'll be praised. Get right to this here. Selective enforcement. For the connected to Mayor Andre Shaitan Saya, Devil Demon Saya. Case in focus. And I came here specifically to address this here matter. Look at how the Board of Health is being used as a weapon, weaponized against the local businessman and First Ward Councilman Mike Jackson. But every week, and those of you that are watching on television, read my lips. Every week, cooked food is being given out to the public. And there is No oversight on whether or not the temperature is maintained properly. I worked in food service. Food has to be at a certain temperature. You can get sick and drop dead. Okay? Let me go on. There's no check for permits, nor a food handler certificate. What happened to public safety? So I'm saying right now to the Board of Health, do the right thing. Don't let the mayor keep using you. Because we're going to be monitoring cooked food that's being distributed to see to it that people have the proper, there's a certain type of certification and permits and keeping the temperature. The temperature drop, you get sick, you can die, get food poisoning. And feeding people is a noble thing. Trust me, I fed a lot of people. If you go back to 2011, you can go into the archives. You can go into the archives. We reached out to humanitarian groups and brought food to and other services to the people in the first ward that were impacted by the hurricane. Not only that, it was us that contacted the United Nations. Let that be known. Wasn't no jack-laid politician that did it. We contacted the United Nations, and he declared Paterson internally displaced population that require humanitarian services. Okay? So back up off this selective enforcement. I was happy to hear you're going back to work on the 28th. Director Gilmore? Well, no, I'm very happy. In fact, I was emotional over there, really. So I said, man, I might have to change what I had to say, but I'm going to go into this. I'm not changing what I wrote because it was in my heart. So I wrote it down. The conspiracy case that this administration, what administration? Mayor Andre Shaitan Demon Saya had launched against Community Improvement Director Dave Gilmore. I, Bilal Hakeem, am not charging conspiracy. This was the ruling from the courts. This is the judgment of the court. The city appealed it, and they lost. Got their behinds whipped, and have been ordered to pay this man and put him back to work. Hearing that that he's going back to work, I'm very happy because I have something to say to this council. I wanted to say, why are you, the council, not openly speaking to this injustice? That man right there needs his money, and he needs to be back to work. And closing, the other cases that are pending in the court. When are we going to settle some of these other cases that they have pending against the city? And the last but not least, the parks. The councilwoman at large, Dr. Lalisa Mims, mentioned about data and timeline about the pavement. What about the parks? You know, Barbara Park, you understand, they brought the governor here. When was the year the governor came here and had this little... No, he was at Barbara's Park, had a big old thing. A couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, you know, because they wanted to show Barbara Park. God damn it, when we going to come in and do some work at Barbara Park? We need to know that right there. This year, this week, the end of the week, they're having the African Heritage Day Parade. Hope to see you all there. They're having the Juneteenth Gala, I believe at Leneve's, and then on Sunday, the Brownstone. Then on Sunday, they'll be having the Juneteenth gathering at the lower part of the park. You have the esteemed Dr. Umar Johnson, who will be coming there to address the people at 1 o'clock as well. Hope to see you all there. We need to know when is Barbara Park. Who can answer me?
Sure.
Okay.
At the end of the public portion, stay tuned, Bilal. Councilman Rubicon will address. I know you're not leaving.
I'm finished here now because our program that we were doing that we do every year, the New Africa Family Liberation Day. We normally do it at Barber Park. We're not going to do it there this year with all that overgrowth and bad, terrible in the little playground area. We're going to look somewhere else. We're doing 3 days. That should have been done.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jaylen.
Hello. Before I start, I want to ask for more time.
Good evening.
Oh, you back? So happy without seeing your face, bro. My God, tank head ass. So I would like to start. Y'all know I got decals for permit parking. I had 25 tickets. We're gonna make it 27 now with the decal on it. Okay. Thanks to Councilman Jackson, Schaefer Pharmacy, and a couple of other people that donate to me to fix the ticket problem. They helped me pay for my tickets. But yeah, I got 2 more now. So with the decal on. So I would like to put back on the floor, back on the motion, the ordinance. And instead of making it the whole downtown like you guys did, I would like to go back to what I originally put on the floor for that 55 Church Street have permit parking for the residents. From the address 18 Church Street up to 55 Church Street. That's only 2 blocks. You have 2 apartment buildings sitting there and no parking. And then we're getting ticketed excessively. I have $1,400 worth of tickets. Now we adding these 2 onto the list. Okay? Now you guys can start my time. I understand the city, the state, the country have to make money to survive and sustain this concept of the freedom that's packaged and sold to everyone. But do you have, hold up, I'm sorry. But do you guys have to make it all on the backs of the citizens and the youth? There needs to be a cap on this economy because it's ridiculous. The funds are not being handled and distributed correctly. It's being shuffled around and put off to the side and probably in somebody's account. But it's enough money to go around, and I feel like this city needs to lay off the citizens' pocket. We shouldn't have to pay no extra. The mayor has allowed business to soar in the city while the people hurt and suffer. I'm tired of it. How is it that the city produced $1.5 billion, that was with a B, not an M, okay, billion, $1.5 billion in new investments, and the city as a whole isn't thriving? Where has the billions gone to? We $18 million in debt, but then we got $1.5 billion in investments. Where's the money? That don't make sense. Sun ain't adding up. Somebody ain't doing the math right. I need to know where the money is going. Because when they were filming West Side Story, I had to park my car blocks away. Someone crashed into my car while it was parked. I arrived to my car mangled. How was I going to get a license plate? I couldn't hear the noise. I couldn't hear people. Nobody could tell me my car was hit. I don't even have my car anymore. I still want the city to pay for that. I only have $4,000 left on my car to pay. Imagine that. I'm 20 years old, I got my own apartment, I financed a car, I'm almost finished paying for it from working hard as hell, and now I can't have it because I couldn't get it out the shop at the time because I didn't have the money. But again, if it was parked in front of my house where I was at, it probably wouldn't have happened. So, if I was offered parking for the time there, I probably still would have my car. I was so close to paying it off. The administration allowed building of multiple housing developments and then selling the streets out to the production company. This administration only thinks of themselves. That's why me coming to these meetings and voicing my experience is so personal. I've been done so bad by this city. I've been done so bad by people who claim to be for the citizens. At this point, I want $200,000 for my emotional distress and a separate check to pay for tuition for whatever master's degree I want. I know y'all got it since the mayor keep talking about this $1.5 billion invested into the city. Show me the money. It's affecting my mental health now, so yeah. Most of it, if not all of it, is from building development. And that is what's crazy. And what's crazy is Most of the developers is getting all these type of tax breaks due to the 2013 growth zone law for urban communities. It was in place to stimulate investments in failing urban communities. Where's the progress? Where's the black ownership? We want to talk about urban. Let's talk about how you look up urban and everything is black. Now, how is it that we have 425 subsidiary housing apartments and no one can afford rent? I think it's because the administration is being sneaky and giving these developers huge tax breaks while turning a blind eye to the rising cost of rent and renting those units. Well, that's the conclusion I came to after my research. Shout out to Joe Malaconco, I hope I'm saying that right, Monaconoco, Paterson Press. I learned this from his April 24th, 2023 article on NorthJersey.com, titled as Development Surges in Paterson, Why the Tax Base Failing. You see, the most important things is written down. That's why the state of Florida is down there burning all the history books and all the other cultural informational readings. This leadership needs to go. If you are not going to take care of the city, you have to go. It's crazy. $1.5 billion is being shuffled through the city, and all we have to show for it is apartment buildings with no parking, angry residents that's being milked for rent and parking fees, and don't forget the potholes that'll swallow up your car and spit you out at the one 5 feet away from it. We don't have nowhere for the youth to play basketball or to even discover their creativity to see like who they are as a person. We have none of that. It's time for the citizens to stand up and fight together. It's time to get these people out of here. Pay attention to what they're doing now and who they are now. Watch how they start penetrating your neighborhoods next spring, disguised as someone different, like they're your savior or your friend, promising this and that. Watch and pay attention and make the vote accordingly. Don't let these people bribe you with empty lies and temporary satisfaction. To my black community, it's time to wake up and realize the brother or sister next to you is not your anchor. Stop letting the others put us in a box and watch us fight to save our individual selves. Stop trying to prove you are better than the next person and start living it. They call us crabs in a barrel, people, because we pull each other down instead of linking arms and pulling each other out as we push ourselves through. We have a mentality of, if I went through it, so do they. And that's what's damaging our community. We need to cut it and stop the gatekeeping. I'm gonna wrap it up one minute. Yeah. We have mouths to communicate and educate. Giving someone a little knowledge when asked isn't a handout. There's a person to take. That person has to take that info and put in the work. The results won't magically appear after the foundation is laid. It's okay to help support someone with their vision. It is okay not being a boss and being a worker in some situations. Seeing people from my area and hometown make it big or accomplish a big milestone make me happy and excited. I usually go harder because it only means, who popping the gum in the mic though? That ain't disrespectful? I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I usually go harder because it only means God is in my neighborhood handing out blessings, and if I put in the work and do my part, those blessings might be mine. That's how we all need to see life. We need to stop putting on a persona like we are rich and start moving like we are wealthy, because wealth is spiritual. Wealth is not something tangible like a dollar. Our spirit put value in a dollar. Because if we didn't, then the penny would cost more than a $100 bill, because the material of copper is more valuable than the material of paper. We put these people in these seats and they forget what they are there for. You fight for all of us, not just you and your agendas. When you bless others, blessings comes to you tenfold. If you are going to replace these citizens, because that's what they are once the title is stripped, then the next set need to live by it's all of us, not just one of us mindset. It'll benefit you in the end. The more you stand and support us, the more we stand and support you in your endeavors. A country that works together and uphold the principles and respect levels of common ground is a country strong and unbreakable. Before I leave, I heard that you guys had a meeting about the permit parking, and Councilman Jackson wasn't there. So with Councilman Jackson, I would like for you to let me know why you weren't there, being that you are standing with me in this fight and supposed to be the face on the other side helping me.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Deshaun Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I usually do a poem. I really don't have a poem today. Honestly, we're just kind of coming back just to see what's going on. But in the era of my poetry, I will say this: grace and mercy. Grace, receiving a blessing that you have not earned, and mercy is not receiving something you do deserve. I just want to remind everyone, I think both ways, from the community to the council, a little bit more grace and mercy could go both ways. Now that I did come, I actually found something to speak about. So I really want to be transparent today. That's my objective. So we just heard about this new auction, and it seems like it's going to be the next big fight here in this city. My eyes are open. So what I quickly did while I was sitting down, Max Span Real Estate and Auction Company was incorporated in 1890. I'll say that again, 1890. The very first property on their website that's up for auction is for $635,000. When you scroll down, they also have something called the Bidders Club, where you can get information and be notified of all upcoming auctions. That took 2 minutes to find out. Madam BA, Miss Long, you know, my dad taught me to never make a decision based on emotion. And then this city taught me you never make a decision based on fear. So I completely do understand that our city is in a financial situation and it has to be solved. But I'm just gonna advise, don't rush to the first answer that you see as a possible solution. That's what I see. Councilwoman Davila, she's not here right now. I want to talk to her about economics, because she mentioned, hey, you know, we got to go with the highest bidder. She kind of doubled down on Ms. Long's point. You know, the city's not in a good financial situation. But let's talk about why going with the highest bidder is not really the best long-term solution for this city. Has anyone ever heard of the network effect? Network effect? Right? That's basically when it's a phenomenon where the value of a certain good, for in this case an example, Great Falls and Libby's, it derives its value based on the number of users compatible, like the number of products that are compatible. Now, there is nothing compatible to Great Falls. It's the second largest waterfall east of the Mississippi River. Libby's is in prime real estate location. So those two things, like Ms. Cotton said, that is a gold mine. And that's a gold mine to anyone and to everyone. But who are the users? See, right now we have a choice. The users could be in-house, could be Patersonians, could be business owners, or the users could be outside investors from a quote-unquote auction. Give me a few more seconds. Network effects. Now, the two effects are, one, total effect. The total effect, meaning an increase in the value to all other users, or the marginal effect, which is just an enhancement of others' non-users' motivation for using the product. Basically, all that's saying is this. This Great Falls, this Libby's, if we auction this off, whoever it goes to, the total effect, the total value goes to the people who just won that asset. The marginal effect, us, are the people who just decide to actually use that good. So we're tired of the marginal effect here in this city. And everyone, I want to be real clear. Now let me break it down. This is the real corruption. See, they're going to sit up here and they're going to sell to us, hey, you know what? We need money. We need the highest bidder, Mr. Villa said. We're in a financial situation. This could really help our city. Then they're going to build here. But I'm going to tell you something. That's not how we build back economically. What we really need is for more dollars to circulate within this community. So honestly, I'm gonna say, I know that's a longer process. I know that is, but that's truly what's best for this city. So why don't we actually look at another auction company? Why is Max Span Real Estate and Auction Company even on the table? Any corporation that's been in business since 1890 is not a corporation that represents any people in this room. Right? We talking generational wealth. Jalen was talking about wealth. I guarantee you, on that Bidders Club, on their website, I guarantee you there's no one connected to anywhere near Paterson. And and on top of that, their headquarters in Manhattan.
Please wrap it up.
Got you. Listen, I'll wrap it up with this. We got a choice. Paterson, this is gonna be the next big fight. I'm telling you that right now. If we choose, or if we get sold on losing this asset, it's not gonna be a good day for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Edwin Melgar.
I was serious about that $200,000 in my car. Like, whoever y'all need to talk to get in contact with me, somebody need to talk to me. I'm so serious. Or I'm going to take some type of legal action. I already been researching. I know what I can do, what I can't do.
I'm here to represent Mr. Edwin. He's standing beside me. He has a few words he wants to say before I speak on his behalf, okay?
Okay.
All right, so,
Get close to mic, yes.
yeah, the 22nd of last month, I was assaulted. Not only assaulted, I was actually, the doctors called it an attempted murder. I was hit about 5 to 6 times in the head with a hammer. I remember clearly by the time I got hit with the hammer the second time, I literally had a conversation with God. And I asked him if this was it. Was this the way I was going to die? Emphasis on second time. It's the second time I almost get murdered in this city. And we're talking about giving the wealth away of this city? That'll be more than the second time. But anyways, back to the subject. God made it clear to me that I wasn't going to die because I had a purpose to serve in this city. And the thing is that there's an obvious corruption going on. And I got a feeling I'm looking right at it. But anyways, the thing is that, ironically, the same day I almost get murdered. Oh yeah, we were just talking about how press gives importance to a matter earlier on today. When we talked about how the press found out about the gold mines, right? It wouldn't be on the press if it wasn't important, right? Something aired about my neighborhood being full of criminals. Mind you, I'm in that neighborhood. I'm in that neighborhood. So you're calling me a criminal. Anyways. It's crazy though, because I almost get murdered and that didn't come up on the news. There wasn't a councilman there trying to represent me as a victim. Yet there's some mechanics that victimize my family and my neighbors. Them two gentlemen right there. My father is recovering from cancer right now as we speak. And he's been fighting since last year for parking. And this mechanic shop across the street literally threatened my family. Those two gentlemen right there, his wife has lupus. And some councilman sitting right here today. Mr. Velez, if you don't mind, you did come out on TV speaking for these gentlemen. Well, gentlemen, these scumbags, excuse my language. And now there's actually cameras, and that's something that I don't get, because a camera on a private property facing towards my property and my neighbors who were just recently threatened. Half that I don't know, wait, aren't you a councilman? Don't you work for this city? Did you give them permission to do this? I don't know. Look, personally, I think the city of Paterson should investigate who allowed these people to point these cameras towards my house. If you drive by right now, I hope somebody's watching, because somebody's definitely watching my house. Right across the street, 72 Mill Street. There's cameras pointed right at my house. I want to know who gave these people permission. And sir, I also want to know why you went over there representing them, calling me a criminal. And my neighbors, because we're not criminals. We're citizens of Paterson. And whatever happened that day was probably to defend my family. Which every time I call the cops, by the way, this weekend I had to call the cops twice. Just the other day I called the cops. Guess what though? They came, but guess what they did? They actually warned the people at the mechanic spot. Well, yeah, my 3 minutes is up. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Units.
Yeah, I'll continue.
Good evening.
So tonight, I have a few things to deal with. I'm gonna actually ask the family of Simon and Marty and your dad and everybody to come up. And we want to discuss some incidents that took place last week. And there's more. There's so many more. We actually have a petition from the residents with the ongoing problem. I want to first take the time out to use my God-given authority to expose Luis Velez tonight. Yes. I don't mind calling names. I want to expose you for the coward that you are. And I want to thank you for coming back, because I was hoping that you would come back. I want to first focus on the fact that you celebrate and glorify mistreating people in this community through bullying and defaming them on your Instagram page. Case in point, Mr. Simon, who's on dialysis, by the way, and his wife, Marty, of Mel Street Grocery Store, who have been longtime residents and business owners in this city of Paterson for more than 21 years. Louis, because you don't even deserve to be called councilman, cowardly had the chairs and tables of a cabana removed in the former First Ward, now newly added Fifth Ward area. Keep in mind, I took the liberty of traveling throughout the city only to discover there are many eateries in violation of having outside cafes. We have pictures, many pictures for proof, which you guys can feel free to peruse. Velez stated you must have a 20-seat eatery in order to have a sidewalk cafe, which is true. This is an actual ordinance. It's the truth. Yet I only observed less than 10 eateries that are in compliance that meet this mandate. Does the law not apply to them as well? We have pictures. Velez stated you must do this. If not, you can't have the seats there. Why is it that it's okay in the 6th Ward to not comply, but in the 5th Ward, it has to come up? And it has to come up so much so that he raised such a spectacle as to make them do it the same day, removing signs. And then you have this despicable trucking company called Fleet Trucking LLC, who's been bullying the neighborhood, placing 18-wheelers in spaces where residents can't see. But Velez, you take the time to say it's an isolated incident when this has actually been going on for years. Do your research and stop the bullshit. Exactly. Because we're sick of you. I'm really sick of you. There has been ongoing issues that plague the working taxpayers who desire to have sufficient parking, but have been illegally prohibited from having available parking spaces due to the ugly greed of the adjacent trucking company. They have been bullying the neighborhood for years. In fact, last week they threw a party that went well on into the middle of the night. We have video, again, and we have pictures. And the residents are sick of it. How do you feel when you come home at night and you can just pull up and go straight inside your house? They don't have the luxury of this. And it's a one-way. Exactly. And it's a one-way.
Right onto the highway.
It's ridiculous. But Velez doesn't care because according to Fleet Trucking, all they have to do is pay him $3,000 a month and they could do what the F they want to do. Their words. And I would like the attorney generals to, investigate that. Investigate your phone since you stay on it all throughout the freaking. And I'm so glad you giving eye contact because this is the first time in I don't know how many years you've done that. Thank you for that part. Extra time, my ass.
I definitely said, I'll put charges on you for that.
Let's talk about the fact that you only wanted them to focus on the machete, though. Never mind the fact that they hit this man who's on dialysis in the head with a wrench. You know what's real messed up about you? You such a coward. You play the victim all the time. Why? And you hide behind Bible scriptures. You hide behind Jesus Christ, but you don't have no relationship with him. You don't even know him. The Bible even says, not everybody that say unto me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father, which is in heaven. And you don't do the will of the Father. You do the will of Louis Velez. How you got Section 8? Yeah, let's go there. Let's go there to all your nonsense. You love talking about other council people. You love exposing people's crack. Expose your own crack.
Just a minute, Council President.
We want the attorney generals to investigate this man because he does a lot of stuff. He does not deserve to be your next future council president. Don't interrupt me, please, because there's so much that he's done. Let's talk about last week when you even saw how he pretended to translate what this man was not saying. He's foul. He's filthy. And he deserves to be exposed. And if the attorney general is watching, investigate this man. Do not make him your 5th Ward councilman again. I'm endorsing Sebastian Mejia because he has more integrity than you have in your left toe. Have a good night.
Let's speak it, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joe Keys.
It's a shame.
I said I ain't want to follow that. Ooh, a lot of shots fired. Joe Keys, Paterson.
Good evening.
Good evening. My topic tonight is democracy versus divide and conquer tactics. Another strategy executed by the corporate imperialists to prevent any movements of democracy from materializing is known as divide and conquer tactics. When you look at the numbers, 99% versus 1%, the corporate imperialists' only hope of dominating under those tremendous odds is to implement divide and conquer tactics successfully. Otherwise, they get steamrolled. Their mainstay of success is their control over what Karl Marx referred to as the means of production. In other words, control over capital or money. This circumstance establishes their dominance because everybody needs money to survive. Unfortunately, too many people become for sale, which is a crucial element in the success of divide and conquer tactics. To show an example of this divide and conquer tactic as it relates to people being for sale, I digress. I want to plant a seed here while on this topic of people being for sale. In politics, politicians become for sale. On the most significant scale, corporate lawyers, known as lobbyists, essentially buy the votes of senators and other members of Congress. As this concept relates to this political body, I'm currently researching the videos of past city council meetings to capture the number of times Councilman Jackson was the only member to vote no on an item from the agenda. That's the seed I wanted to plant. How we nurture and cultivate it when he runs for mayor, I'm interested to see. Back to my speech. To show an example of this divide and conquer tactic as it relates to people being for sale, deceased actor Ron O'Neal of Superfly fame describes 3 different incidents where friends of his implemented the old "it's business, not personal" trope to justify selling him down the river during the controversy which revolved around the success of the film Superfly in 1972. Ron O'Neal asserts, quote, "Roy Ennis actually told me this. He said, I have to raise money for my organization. He said, Ron, I like the film. I took my daughter to see Superfly. We understood what the film was about. But I'm going to take you on a Today Show and I'm going to cut your mouth out." We were having breakfast. He was buying me breakfast and I was like, unbelieving, unquote. In the second incident, Ron O'Neal said, quote, "Johnson Publications made it an editorial policy. I was told this by one of their staff writers, a friend of mine. He said, Ron, I'm sorry, but I have to do a hatchet job on you because Johnson Publications has an editorial policy concerning you and the film Superfly, and you're in a little special place and we can't say anything good about you," unquote. Finally, in the third incident, he said, quote, "Not to pick on Tony Brown, he's no better or worse than anyone else out there, frankly. I went on Tony Brown's show, and Tony Brown, as one can describe, he knocked all black films, Superfly in particular. Then, after the program, took me out to dinner and apologized and said, Ron, I'm sorry, but I have to do this because they're trying to cancel my show and you're the hottest thing going now," unquote. To successfully begin a movement of democracy requires overcoming the resistance presented by systemic divide and conquer tactics. In conclusion, Malcolm X clarifies the problem and solution to the democracy versus divide and conquer tactics conflict. He asks, how is it possible for 1/5 to rule, oppress, exploit, dominate, and brutalize the 4/5 who are in the majority? How do they do it? Divide and conquer. If I take my hand and slap you, you don't even feel it. It might sting because these digits are separated. But all I have to do to put you back in your place is bring those digits together, unquote. That's power to the people. That's what democracy looks like. Paterson, get some.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Abdul Ali.
Sally.
Allow, thank you for sharing something that was real, and I shared this last time I was here. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said there's no priority over an Arab or a non-Arab, black or white, rich or poor. And check this out. Andre fits that position. There was a situation that happened out here on Getty Ave, and may Allah be with the Imam. And the situation happened where the Imam got injured. And Andre took his mayor post all the way down to Getty Ave. Make sure he get on television with Abdul Aziz and some other individuals, right? So that's the prioritized piece. He's more important than Seabrooks or De Jesus. And those who hang out with Andre, like the administrator, the finance people, the lawyer people, and Abdul Aziz, they have, knowing Allah call them comrades. And you think you're doing good, but you know what? We're in the time of Armageddon, and Armageddon ain't about religion. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And I'm gonna ask you a question. How many of y'all got some integrity in here? You know the meaning of integrity? Being honest, being spiritual with some discipline in there, and check it out, being morally upright. Not saying you be perfect, but he be upright. Well, I mean by upright. If it ain't right, don't do it. Now I want to ask you a question, and I hope I can stay long enough to get an answer. Business minister, do you have any traditional value in Paterson, New Jersey? I've been here for 60-something years. And Miss Schaefer, may God bless you for doing what you did. She was at a meeting that I spoke at the city council, at the school board. And I heard what you said about your children. You know why African Americans or children are in the condition they're in? Lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge. Know what picture I want you to put up there with Martin when you take me down? Elijah Muhammad. For one reason, that was the only man that brought us out of the trauma of the Asiatic, no, not Asiatic, let me get it right, Anglo-Saxon, let me get it right, European ideology. One thing I know about, I was going to talk about Dave, but Dave got his job back. I just wanted to talk about how Andre's mindset is. His mindset is in a satanic movement. You know what? He going to get his. There's a thing called karma. What go around comes around. And one thing you can't give African Americans somebody else's knowledge and expect them to be themselves. Mike, thanks for sharing that too. And John Kerry. Oh, alhamdulillah. That man graduated with my oldest brother back in 1960 from Central High School. I ain't gonna never forget that. He lived in the project, but he moved out the project. What 1964, 65? And he went to Hawthorne, Chevy. Alhamdulillah, sister. Thank you. He went to Hawthorne, Cadillac, and we lost him. Ain't seen him no more. Then he get around certain people. Allah, forgive me for saying it, but I'm saying it. Anybody know what an Oreo cookie is? Anybody know what an Oreo cookie is? I'm gonna put it out there. That's Oreo down. And he know me by osmosis. And see, this is the stuff that need to be exposed in the last day and time. I'm sorry that they're going off on you, but you gave it to yourself. I wish Abdul was here. You know what? Abdul don't want to come back. Because when you come to the Muslims with some Islamic stuff, they don't show up no more. Because they think we dum-dums. There's one more thing I'll say with this in the Quran that's very enlightening. The former think is better than the latter. But the latter is better than the former. In the Bible, it says the one on the top gonna come to the bottom. And the one on the bottom gonna come to the top. So who's on the bottom and who's the latter? And what I'm talking about, when it comes to knowledge, I heard a lecture last week, man, that brother, I love that brother. He said, the light of al-Islam is hitting America. Now what kind of light we talking about? The light of revelation to get humanity back in order.
Thank you, Mr. Ali.
Hold on.
Please finish your statement. Please finish your statement, sir.
Thank you. Listen, I'm always love you, but don't do that.
No, I mean, your
Because
time
you cut me off.
expired. I'm not cutting you.
No, you don't want to hear no Quran.
I'm just asking you, sir, just finish your
What did I
statement.
tell you the last time I was here? When Allah speaks words out the Quran, you're supposed to do what? Close your mouth and listen. You're a Muslim, ain't you? Listen. Come on, Aki. And then when somebody goes to say that, hold on. We are the one that's going to get you straight when it comes to Islam. So I just thank God, man, that I got a chance to come. And check it out. One thing the Quran says, do it with a good strategy. I ain't cuss you out. Because the other guy would cuss you out. I came from some mature mannerism.
Thank you.
By the highest authority in the universe. So what we need to do with this little group here, I go for all of y'all. Get your heart in order. Get your mind in order. Get your intent and motives in order. And all them ones that ain't here that play this major role on keeping you in check, you need to stand on your own feet. You're a Muslim. You're a believer. Stand on your own feet. Don't let them digest some nonsense in your head for you to follow them. And the next person that get in there Sister, I love you if you get that spot. Because we need one like us in that spot. Because we leaders anyway. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ron Nero.
Not here. Next speaker,
Next speaker, Elvis Durham.
Mr. Durham.
Mr. Elvis Dorn from the 4th Ward of Paterson, New Jersey. Ain't gonna be too hard on y'all tonight, but I am gonna talk about my birthday celebration. And I was born and raised in this city. Went to high school, went to grammar school, went to high school, graduated out of Eastside High School, class of '98. And just want to say, y'all can hear me on this mic? I just want to say to my Councilwoman Whoopi Cotton, want to say thank you always supporting me, and not only me, but my music production company. My music company was here for over 27 years, and we served the city well, not only doing music, but helping people to get jobs, walking them to the 1080Z. And just want to say, Councilwoman, I respect you, I love you for always supporting us, 150%. Also, I want to give a shout out to Miss Jamie Blaine from Jumpstart for always supporting EDOM Production, better known as Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Production. Supporting us at our events. We could go any place else in New Jersey, but I choose to stay here and try to do my best to build my city with music. I do need a little bit more time because I have some announcements that my production that we got coming up that a lot of other people are afraid to do because they say they love the people, they say they love the community, they love the youth and the senior citizen. I don't understand why you don't want to do Summer Jam. All you got to do is get a DJ and some food and keep the young people and the senior citizens occupied. But I'm doing Summer Jam. Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Summer Jam 2023. Friday, June 23rd, 7 o'clock p.m. at New Generation Kingdom of Power Ministry on 170 North Main Street, Paterson, New Jersey. The pastor of that church building is Pastor Thomas Purry. The special guest will be LaJean Austin of Paterson, New Jersey. Saturday, July 22nd, 2023, starts at 6 o'clock p.m. till 8:45 p.m. at Downtown Grill inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Special guest, hip-hop recording artist, Cool Flow of Paterson, New Jersey. Honor guest will be White Wolf of Paterson, New Jersey. Also, Sunday, July 30th at 4 o'clock p.m., I'm going to be at my home church with Summer Jam at Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Special guest will be gospel singer Dominique Tisdale of New Jersey. Now, anybody would like to support this or just come and be a part of this, you could call me at 862-823-3895. 862-823-3895. I already know it's over 25,000 people watching on Apico. 18,000 people is watching on Verizon. Just want to say thank y'all for watching the city council meeting. And I also got the announcement for this week. we have the African Heritage Parade. Oh yeah. Saturday, June 17, right here in the great city of Paterson, New Jersey. I'm asking for everybody that's watching TV and YouTube, please be there at 10 o'clock a.m. for the African Heritage Parade. It's going to start from the Masonic Temple on 224 Martin Luther King Jr. Way, better known as 224 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey, and it's going all the way to Eastside Park. And this year, guess what, y'all? I'm in the parade. I'm in the parade as the African Gold Robot. Okay? Yes, sir. I'm in the parade. And I'm asking everybody to come and see the African Gold Robot. I'm going to be walking with, dressed up like as the robot with a gold brick in my hair, in my hand. A gold brick. Representing Africa, representing Peru, representing Puerto Rico. You feel me? Representing us, our people. So come out and see this African gold robot walking pride.
Thank
okay?
you, Mr. Durham.
So, this is the announcements. I just want to say thank you for your time. Oh yeah, don't forget, before the parade, y'all, before the parade, on Saturday, June 17, at 9 a.m., everybody is meeting by the Underground Railroad on 125 Broadway, right next to Wendy's and Doka Donuts. That we meeting at the Underground Railroad at 9 a.m. I want to see everybody, Paterson, Passaic County, at the Underground Railroad. We're going to represent our ancestors. Okay? God bless y'all. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Next speaker, madam.
Next speaker, Alexandra Smith.
Ms. Smith. Next speaker,
Chanel Fields.
Ms. Fields. I thought she spoke already.
I spoke already, but this is just the announcement for, because it's the Juneteenth weekend, so it won't take that long. Elvis, thank you. He already mentioned the parade that's going to take place on June 17th. June 16th, this is the blackout weekend, so we have the Still I Rise Gala that's going to take place at the Brownstone this coming Friday, and then the tickets are still available. They have a few left for $125 a ticket. We're asking that you come out and be a part of that. Also, the Onyx Repository by Rodney Addison is hosting the Juneteenth Day of Emancipation, which is that Sunday, June 18th, where we will celebrate all the fathers, and we will also celebrate the freedom of being black. We ask that you come out. Everything is going to start at 8 a.m. till 10 p.m., and we're asking that you be there. The itinerary is as follows. I'm going to go as quickly as possible because I know it's late. 10 a.m. we have praise and worship, and Creech Temple Church will minister. 11:30 we have speaker Lawrence Ham that will give libation, and Shambe, the trainer, and Raheem. At 12 o'clock we will be having an honoring ceremony for the eldest black man and woman and unsung heroes of education, DPW, fire, etc. 12:30 we will have Mr. and Mrs. Juneteenth contest winners. At 1 o'clock we'll have Dr. Umar Johnson, who will speak on behalf of fathers for Father's Day. 2 o'clock, we will have a committee speaker and learn about our sponsors through spoken word. At 3 o'clock, we will have a DJ versus battle. And at 4 o'clock, we will have a double Dutch competition in the skating rink area. And at 5 o'clock, we will be honored by guest Adiva of Paterson, who will minister with house music. When we stand together, dedicated to understanding and learning from each other, our strengths are far greater than the sum of our individual parts. By embracing and celebrating our respective uniqueness and joining forces as a united front, we can unlock, unfold opportunities, and continue to move forward. Thank you. God bless you. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
No more speakers.
Can I have a motion to
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Valles, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on closing the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of June 13th.
No, ma'am, public portion.
I'm sorry. Public
But we,
Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to do our answers now?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure. There were a few questions on here that was asked by the community, members of the Fourth Ward. The first one I want to speak on is to you, David Gilmore. Congratulations on returning. You know you had gotten many calls from me for sending you out to enforce or check on things. So I welcome you back, David. I just want to say to the Felix de Husey family, I hear, you know what, our office here for the Madam Clerk is they take the Oprah. They send it to where it gotta go. Now, and they have to wait for them to send it back. And they may not get it back, but they need to inform them that it needs to be back, and they know 7 days. They can send out another notice if it's longer than 7 days. It's not that they're getting a request, but they have to send it to the department, whether it's the police department, the fire department, community development, community improvement, whatever department. I'm here when they get a lot of Oprah requests for cameras. Somebody done hit their car, and hopefully a camera on one of the poles might pick it up. But I just want to put that out there that they just take the request, they send it to the department that it needs to be in. I know Sebastian left, but he talked about customer service. He talked about things, you know, I go back in my time, and I used to go to many meetings. And you know, you sit in a meeting, nobody says nothing to you. They don't say hi. They don't say what you're here for. You know, and see, they do that, I believe, to make you stop coming. So I have made it a point for me, if I see someone new out here in the audience, I will go to them and say, is there a special item on the agenda? Is there something you want to talk about? Or I'll give them my card. Because when you sit here and you're really not sure, and no one's like helping you or showing you, because I think about my day back in the day when nobody wanted to show you. I would take off work a half a day to go to a meeting and get there, and the meeting is canceled. Don't get a phone call, don't get nothing. So you know what, they do that to make you stop coming. But you can't stop coming, because tomorrow or the next day will be a better day. So when he talked about customer service, when their phone calls come in, at the end of the day, you don't know how important that call is to somebody. When I get a call, it's very important to, you know, I just came back from vacation. I was in a 3-hour time difference. And I needed to answer this phone so this lady could go to tennis court, which I didn't know. We have a major problem happening in our city. Within 2 days, I got 5 evictions and I said to them, I realized what they needed to do after making several phone calls. No matter what, you gotta go before a judge. So anybody want information, you gotta go. Forget about, you send an email, forget about that. Email don't mean nothing. I mean, because ain't nobody reading them. You need to go down there and you sit in court for 5-6 hours just to wait to see a judge. And if you don't, then the next thing you know, you got a padlock on your apartment. What I discovered in these last few days, landlords are taking phony people to court. They're not even the person who's supposed to be the person in the court. Now, the judge, that's why you need to see the judge. And I just want to bring that out there because it's happening, and it's happening a whole lot. But it's so important that you see new people here, and you know, you want to say to them, you know, what can I do? Can I help you? Because at the end of the day, you don't know. The lady went there, she sat there almost 6 hours, 5 o'clock to see a judge. At least the judge is seeing them. They are seeing them, but you have to be there. I just want to talk to Bilal, when you asked about the Barber Park. We are finally getting the engineer Councilwoman Cotton ain't stopping no park. I want this park done. We're waiting now for that engineer who now, and we said it when we voted on it, that when that engineer comes back, which we had to hire an engineer to do the drawing so we can see the drawings. Once we see the drawing, they knew that if they were able to start the work before the summer, then you couldn't use the park. So you start the work in September, and hopefully by May or April of the following year, then the park will be done. It should be done if we like the drawings. But now, I'm gonna check, and I check every week on where we are with the drawings. They just, I think it was a month ago we did that. But we are working on that park. Now, I'm not sure when the city of Paterson do the parks cleanup to get them ready for the summer. That was my next question, and to the director. When do they do that? I believe they do it in June, the middle of June. Maybe they get the park ready, they cut the grass, they put the mulch in the playground area. They haven't done that yet for a lot of other parks. So it's not like they're not going to do it. That's my park people. I'm not sure how many people in the park, but that's what we're waiting, for that. Now, and I hope that I'm going to call you tomorrow, Bilal, if you don't mind, about how far we are along. Because you know what? When they go out to bid, and remember, we have a right to sit in when they open up these bids. We have a right to see, and you can see right away who bid what they bid on, what they're supposed to cover. So we can do that. Also, I want to say to Ms. Wahida, my understanding is that community room is open till 5 o'clock. The issue is they wanted to go to 10 o'clock. Now, I'm not sure how you feel on that, but I say at least let it go to 7 o'clock. Now, I have been calling Penrose. They really haven't gotten back to me yet, but Ms. Muhammad, because you said that they're there during the day. The community room is not open to you guys. I'm asking you, they're not open. So now we wanted to, and I was told that it was open till 5. And then after 5, they're not open. Some of the tenants there wanted to go to 10. I said, okay, let's make it even, go to 7 or go to 8. Ms. Wahida, in your building in Freedom Village, there's issues with the people who live in the building. The issue. I have stressed to Penrose over and over, once you get security in your building, you could stop a whole lot of problems. There's certain buildings that got security, but I'm saying private, they got security. It stops your, unless you are sickly and they know you're sickly and you need your kids to come see you. I used to go see my mom at 12 o'clock at night when I got off of work. They knew I needed to come there. I would say, have a talk with the people, have a talk with the landlord, have a talk to say, I need to come to see, I'm getting off work at 10, I need to get there. But those are issues, Ms. Muhammad, that we wanted to make sure. So I'm gonna look again that they said 5 o'clock, but we really wanna go a little longer than that. But you remember, so I'll talk with you more about that with some of this other stuff that was going on there. I want to just say also to, But they won't let you in then? Oh, I thought you, oh, okay, I see you saying, they're not there every day, right? So there's, but you don't have to talk with them if you go there. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So that's why you really need it. But remember now, each floor got a pool hall, a pool table. They got that floor open for the pool table hall. I mean, I know you probably don't go there, but they do have another floor where there's another pool hall. I mean, they got a pool table in there, they got so forth. But I hear what you're saying now. The Kumac is in there from 9 to 5 doing different activities. You basically do not want those. And sit, right. But you still can go in there because I love sitting in that building because they got the beautiful windows. You can sit and look out the windows. Right, so we got to get it past 5 o'clock. We have to get it past, I would say at least at 7 or 8 o'clock. So Ms. Muhammad, I'll look into that. Because it was brought to my attention, but I didn't know that Kumac was in there every day. I just want to also say to the young lady with the permit parking, just keep talking. You know what I say? You know, and I hear it all the time. I say, people, don't think you make one call and you're going to get the answer, because you ain't going to get it. You might have to do 100 times. You might have to do 2, you know what I mean? I find that people say, well, I sent the email. No, one email is not enough. You got to go more than one email. You got to go more than one phone call. You know, and when you hear the different thing, just keep talking. Keep talking. Because eventually somebody going to hear it. Just keep talking. Because it's going to come around. I just want to say also that it's for the community, there's a lot of things that I think that we need to get done, that we need to work with each other. Look, if you have something going on, I'm going to support you. My name ain't got to be on the top of it. If you call me and say, I want to do this, I'm going to support you. I've always been that way. People will try to shut you down. I ain't got no evil spirit because I know what I was raised with my ancestors. And I was raised where I was in a farm, I worked in a field, or I worked in a house. And my family would not let us not like each other no matter what part of the farm you work on. And we was the only one that we have. But I just want to say also, customer service in this city is so very important. What I find that somebody said something about a police report. I just want the Corporation Council, and I will share it with you later, but it was a couple incidents that there was no police report. I just need to share that with you. Also, for the Jesus family, please, I know that he has an open door, our new chief, so please, he has an open door. Go help them. Chanel, you help them get to that next level that they need to get to. You know what, there's so much stuff, and the guy talked about Ellison Street, Corporation Council, we gotta figure out something. Those people with them portable car washers are tapping the fire hydrant, which are causing a major problem in areas with brown water and low water pressure. We gotta figure out how we gonna do that, because they're all over. The food trucks, like Bilal said it, no food handler license, no nothing. We don't know what they have. They just, but that area with the gentleman just talked about, they're doing a lot of stuff over there. They're doing a lot of stuff there that should not be there. So, what are you doing?
I didn't forget to vote.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, you guys. You know, huh?
I didn't mention food trucks.
Oh, you said food people.
All of that is feed.
Yeah. And I think that's what we're gonna have to work on, some kind of item on the agenda. So, I don't know, I just, like, we have these new people here. You know, we gotta understand that, you know, I have sat places over and over and over. Nobody would come to say nothing to you. Don't say hi, don't say nothing, and you feel like, wow, like you don't. So when I see people new, I gotta say hi. I'm a councilwoman, you know, like, I have goodness in my heart.
Yes,
I ain't let nobody take my spirit from me. God gave me the spirit. You ain't taking my good spirit. I don't care what you try to do to Ruby Cotton. You ain't taking it from me. Because like that guy said, karma gonna come back and get you. Keep messing with that person who's a child of God. Keep messing with them and see what's gonna happen to you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Hey, I love my acting Madam Clerk. Isn't she wonderful over there? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Council President, thank you.
Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You have answered almost.
I know.
all the question, which is great. So all the other, us, we should just vote. Councilman Jackson? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
She left a couple out. So first of all, Jalen, let me say this. I'm unaware of any meeting that took place or the context of that meeting. I'll do an inquiry. That was the first of me hearing of it. You know, I'm firmly believing that anything, yeah, I know about the more tickets. He has more tickets as well. So I'm a firm believer that whatever is discussed should be discussed here on the open forum so that the public is privy to that conversation. I'm not in favor of only doing one block because I represent more constituents that have the identical problem, and what I outlined was not the entire downtown area. It was a small area around these residential apartments that have now been placed above these commercial spaces. So everybody faces identical problems. Relative to the garbage company, I'm guessing after they don't be awarded again, we'll present them with an award for their longevity and their time spent as service in the community for a long period of time, and despite the poor service that they've given us. Penrose and Royceman, they've treated our communities poorly. I mean, Ms. Muhammad just left, but it's clear. Now, relative to the Attorney General, well, I'll say this. We've now that, and I applaud the De Jesus family for their consistency and continue to come forward. But we've been hoodwinked yet again. The Attorney General made a claim to come in here and make a stout change to our police department, and it's the same scenario, the same old thing. We don't hear anything about an investigation about the occurrences that took place at the murder site of Mr. Najee Seabrooks. We don't hear anything about the code of conduct and or the policies. Have there been any charges issued or any such? So I'm not really convinced. In fact, now it's just like a shuffling of the deck. Those people in those departments are now in different areas. And I'll say this lastly as the family exits. So I went over there to support the family on Mill Street, and because I heard of the incident, obviously like everyone else. While there, as everyone explained, it used to be the first ward, so I represent those residents there. And although I've known the business owner of the store for many, many years, he has never reached out to me with regard to any incidents that have taken place. Who I've taken numerous calls from are the residents, the people that live there. The gentleman that just left that had consistent complaints about the neighboring business. The trucks that's parked illegally, you can go there any given day. There's box trucks, 18-wheeler trucks illegally parked on the sidewalk. And although I would report it, it was never firmly addressed. Now, after this incident took place, I went over to pay the business owner a visit, and it was a very pleasant outing. We had a discussion or a conversation like two men. Little did I know the gentleman was recording me, which is fine. I don't have a problem with being recorded. Anything that I say in private, I'm willing to say in public. So our great councilman of the 5th Ward then conspired with that business owner to take a snippet of that recording and called various news stations to make a claim that Councilman Jackson went over to bully and to threaten and intimidate this business owner. And what then took place is what I like to, karma is something special. But I have to take my hat off to the reporters at Channel 41. It wasn't, it's not Telemundo. 41, what channel was that? Univision. Right, yes, correct. So the reporter came to do a story, and they called me and said, hey, we have video of you threatening the business owner. Me? So I went over there, and then after the fact, the reporter graciously called me back and said, Councilman, after reviewing the video and speaking to you, we're not doing this story, and we told the business owner, don't call us with any more fake stories. He also reached out to multiple other news outlets, which other reporters called me and talked about how upset he was that they refused to do a story about me following up, because simply what I said was, if you cannot live coherently with the residents across the street, and you can't conduct yourself in a fair way to your neighbors, I will do everything in my power to shut your place down. And I said it clearly again in public. It is not a threat. The residents that call me consistently, is clear. This person is derelict. Now, for the assault, and I'm hoping that they do a further investigation to reveal the rest of the video footage that where this gentleman was hit in the head with a crowbar that forced or a wrench that encouraged his children to go over there and defend him. But Councilman Velez failed to mention that as well, which is, I mean, you know, people outlined it already. But lastly, through the chair, Corporation Counsel, my biggest concern, if the ordinance needs to be amended, I'm willing to amend the ordinance. But we cannot selectively enforce ordinances on some businesses and not others. The family, not only did they bring photographs here, they showed me extensive photographs of numerous businesses in the city that all have sidewalk furniture, tables and chairs outside. The fact that we have a council person going over there to a business to do enforcement is a problem. Council people, I never go out, even when it comes to my own business, I don't go out here and try to enforce the laws and ordinances on businesses. That's an issue, and that needs to be addressed. I think what you should do, Corporation Counsel, if you can draft a memo that outlines the purview and the responsibilities of council members and where the jurisdiction of a council member ends. Because we can't have you out here selectively choosing who you want to enforce things to, because the councilman can easily go outside and enforce the same rules and regulations on these businesses that's illegally posting up their furniture on us outside in the daily. And also, I'm hoping that the accusation for the claim that the business owner himself stated that as long as he's paying $3,000 a month, he can do whatever he wants to do, that needs to be investigated. We should not wait for the Attorney General. There should be an internal affairs investigation at that business to justify and or negate that claim, because that's a problem. For them to come out there and remove the sign of the business, and I have requested that the sign, it is a business, and businesses are entitled to loading zones. And just because the councilman has an issue or a problem with certain businesses doesn't give him the right, or maybe the business doesn't want to cough up the requested payment schedule for them to receive such a sign. But I think at the very least, that needs to be investigated. And we need to have the internal affairs, bring that to the chief's attention, and if there's an accusation and or a claim that somebody's paying someone $3,000 a month so they could just break the law, and coincidentally, they're not getting ticketed. None of those trucks have been ticketed and towed. I want to know why, when multiple vehicles in my neighborhood, and I will also, Corporation Counsel, I'm looking for a report on the tow schedule for the last month in the First Ward, because they've been towing multiple vehicles. You see a caravan of tow trucks running, and I'm trying to understand why. when they're not enforcing these laws and regulations and rules in other areas, but they're coming into the first ward on residents that happen to be parked a little bit too close to a crosswalk, and their vehicles are being commandeered. So if I may, I'll send you an email with that request as well. But I think an internal affairs investigation on the accusations of a council person overstepping his bounds is definitely relevant. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, let me just address some of the member of the community that came in front of the mic. But first and foremost, Mr. Dave Gilmore, welcome back. Big Dave, welcome back. So I know you was waiting for your time. So you're back on your position. Also, let me take this time to let all the residents of the Fifth Avenue complex know that the playground is open. We have the sign up at the closing time and the opening time during the summer, during the winter. I'm looking forward to stop by tomorrow, make sure that everything is fine, have a conversation with the community, and maybe play some basketball. The weather's gonna be great tomorrow. Also, I would like to take this time to thank all the residents of the Third Ward for reaching out to me every time there's a problem. Let's stay connected. Let's get on top of the issues that are affecting our community. So once again, my cell phone number, it's 973-930-1436. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Let's keep praying for our community. And also, last but not least, Madam BA, 18th Avenue and East 42nd, Madam BA, 18th Avenue and East 42nd, there's a tow truck there that parked there every night. It's been reported for the last 3 months. Nothing has been done. I called the radio room personally myself to make sure that this person got a warning. Nothing has been happening. I have a lot of issues with that. A lot of commercial truck parking around the Third Ward. Attention, Paterson. If you see this happening in your community, in your neighborhood, reach out to the police department. Give me a call. I'm driving around the Third Ward. It's not fair that we have that the parking is so limited and we have so many commercial vehicle parking overnight. There's a law in place that doesn't allow commercial vehicles to be overnight in the street. If you own a company, you have to get a garage, you have to get a yard for you to park those commercial vehicles. Avoid any ticket, any towing, and please, let's be a good neighbor. So once again, Madam Bia, you got the address, 18th Avenue and East 42nd. I need that matter to be resolved. So once again, thank you so very much, and Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So a few things. First, justice for Felix De Jesus, justice for Najee Seabrooks. Always want to start off there. 496 days is too long to be away from your loved ones and your family. I want to say welcome back to Dave Gilmore for being out over 17 months, I believe, 18 months out of work, not being paid. And the sad part about you not being in your role is that a lot of the enforcement that was taking place was not taking place. So I welcome your return to come back for the benefit of the city to move forward. There were many people that spoke on tonight, so I don't want to go through every person that spoke, but with the young lady, Jalen, who had the tickets, she's not here, but Corporation Counsel, if we can get copies of those tickets, they should be given to the parking authority, because that was what was stated, that decal will cover, and she would not get any tickets parking in that space. So the tickets that she received, if they're for the same situation, they should be reversed, because that was the agreement made to ensure that she would not get any tickets. So I'm going to put that on the floor and to Parking Authority, and I will reach out to him in the morning. The other piece is when the community is coming to the meetings and they have a lot of concerns, and sometimes it's longer stated than others, there has to be a level of patience and compassion. There are many things that were said on tonight, and I'm not sure what is true, not true, but there were some very heavy allegations made here in this chambers tonight at the microphone. Also with the Oprah process, it normally takes about 10 days, and I heard it stated that they received and then told them they have to wait additional days, so Corporation Counsel, we can look into that to make sure that we're in compliance. Paterson to the viewing public, there were a lot of events last weekend that were great. There's a lot that's coming this weekend. Please attend as much as you can, but most importantly, spend time with your family. My hearts and prayers go out to one of our judges, Dawn Blakely Harper, in the passing of her mother, and so many others that have lost their lives in the great city of Paterson. My hearts and prayers go out to all of you. Continue to pray for the sick and shut-in and pray for each other. Madam Clerk, thank you for all you do while you're sitting in for our clerk. I pray for her a speedy recovery. Thank you so much for doing all that you're doing. To my secretary, who I love dearly, thank you so much for always keeping me on task with everything that's going on. To the viewing public, my vote is yes. Good night, everyone.
Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Corporation Counsel Judge, I want to bring one thing in your attention. Last week or two, I received many phone calls regarding the BJJ towing. And one of the calls, I'm trying to mention specific 3 that took place last weekend. One of them at East 26th Street AutoZones and McDonald's, they share the same parking lot. Only different is the McDonald's has yellow marks. The other one, AutoZones, has just white marks. That's the only difference. It does not say anything. And at a corner of that parking lot, it's a shared parking, open space, and at a corner somewhere says BJJ towing, $250 storage for the cars. It's a private parking. I need to know the rules. So what happened is someone parked there on the McDonald's side, planned to go to AutoZone first and then go and buy something from McDonald's. Just in 10 minutes, he left the car, went to the AutoZone, got out, his car is not there. Just in 10 minutes. I'm trying to understand what's going on there. Mendez got called. He was not available. I think Ms. Harrison went there, his aide. I went there and tried to reach out, talk to the manager at the McDonald's. They don't want to cooperate with anybody. They don't want to even talk. This is what happened, I think that was Friday. Saturday, I got a call from downtown area. Someone got up from a dollar store and her car was towed. Exactly same thing. What happened? Yeah, you parked, parked on the wrong spot, the BJJ. Nobody came, reported anything. Last funeral, I think Council President knows or not. Intishan's grandmother passed away. We had a funeral. Our former county commissioner, Asa Doctor, went and he parked his car in AutoZone. Same thing, 10-15 minutes, timing, BJJ towed. My question is that, do we have any control on that, or they can do whatever they want? It's totally them? But this is insane though, isn't it? I mean, nothing clear. Even the AutoZone on Redwood Avenue does not say anything there. And this is kind of online business that somehow the employees are making commissions by making those cars towed. That's what I felt. So I promised to those people that I'll address this. If we have anything to do, I think we should do. If nothing to do, I think we have to raise awareness or whatever can be done. All right, thank you, Paterson, and have a wonderful night, everyone. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tonight has been a
5 people?
long and short night. We have addressed issues that have come in front of us with an agenda to address and approve things that are beneficial for the city of Paterson. Everybody has the right to come to this podium and express themselves. And I agree with that. That's a freedom of speech. But when people come to this podium and express themselves with wrong facts or slandering comments or false accusations, I have to answer. You know, since I was assigned councilman to this area not too long ago, I've been receiving complaints from Mill Street, Chianci Street, Wall Street, on diverse issues that are going around the area. One of them, and I know the people here in the council drive around there a lot when they come and exit Route 19 to come downtown Wall Street. The squatter situation with camping in that little park over there in front of Oliver Street. Overnight commercial parking means commercial trucks, not only in Mill Street, all the way around the area. The dumping site they have in Jersey Street. Gazebo taking the entire sidewalk without permit. Barbecue equipment blocking sidewalks around the area. Illegal signs such as loading zone sign in front of a 50-foot prohibited area from a stop sign or 25 feet away from a crosswalk. Illegal signs such as loading zone, such as parking for customers only. Parking obstruction vehicles, sidewalks, etc., etc. And last but not least, also receive anonymous complaint from residents in the area about drugs activities occurring in the area, not only on Mill Street, Cedar Street, Cianci Street, and Wall Street. What I do with those complaints, I forward it to the proper authority, the police department, DPW, health inspectors, zoning inspectors, you name it. I don't take the law in my hands. There's a book that we had to follow. My secretary knows that when a complaint comes, I say, if the complaints pertain in DPW, forward to DPW. They could testify that. If the complaint is police that needs to get involved, forward to police.
Thank you.
Now, I gotta say this. At least I don't go.
Council, please restrain
Listen,
for.
Last but not least,
Thank you.
my hands are clean. My work could speak by itself. Bring the FBI, bring the CIA, bring the National Guard to investigate me up and down. I still gotta serve this community. I don't have nothing to hide. My vote is yes to close the best public portion of the night.
Thank you, Councilman.
My vote is
Council
yes.
President?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Bia, would you like to, before I vote or after I vote, would you like to answer some of the questions that the public had? Also, you know what's very disturbing? It seems like some of our council members bring other people in here to attack other council members.
That's right.
Talk about legal matter, personal matter, council of the jurisdiction. Yes, corporation council. I think you should print out the memo from our E-code, what a council member can talk about and what they cannot talk about. Personal matter, legal matter, can they talk about it in the council? I don't believe so, but everybody does. Why? I think you need to look at the E-code and please print it out and give it to us. And from ongoing council meeting, whenever a councilman go above or break the rule, I think Corporation Council, you should stop them. That it is illegal to talk about personal matter. It's illegal to talk about legal matter for a council member. I believe it is illegal. It is, we cannot, if there's a litigation going on, we should not talk about that litigation. If somebody's being charged with something, we should not talk about it. It's a court matter. This is a public house. I don't think we are allowed to do that. That's my belief. Can you please look into that? My vote is yes to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk. Madam BA, would you like to answer some of the public comments? Also, please have a printout for next year.
Should I announce the votes first?
Yes, please.
Okay, the votes is 7 in favor and 2 absent. The public portion is closed.
Thank you. Madam BA.
Yes, thank you, Council President. If there are items that I do not have answers for tonight, I will go ahead and provide that, but I do want to provide just some comments and to clarify some, because there were some inaccurate statements tonight. I know first couple speakers were really more comments than questions. Ms. Mohammed was asking about kind of what's low income, and all of these are categories in affordable income that are defined by agencies such as HMFA that regulate this area. The trash contract is a time-sensitive issue, not because anything was rushed, but because the bid process is not providing in the expense category, anything that's reasonable for the city or multiple bidders that we're looking for. So we are continuing that, but this is just the reality of having to extend, and it is time sensitive. Mr. Shalen, I wish that when he comes to the microphone, he actually has the correct information. He made a big statement tonight about the Kings Highway on 10th Ave and 36th Street. That was not a city project for the road resurfacing there. That is a Passaic Valley Water Commission project, and that is why that one section of the street was paved. So I hope he hears this. I will make sure that he gets this information because he was incorrect. Going forward, Jalen talked a little bit about $1 billion in investments and why do we have an $18.5 million gap. It is $1 billion in investment. It is not $1 billion in tax revenue. Most of those investments have abatements that they pay reduced taxes, but there has been about $1 billion in investments in the city. Mr. Johnson talked about Libby's and the process of going to auction and suggested don't rush to the first answer. We are having lots of conversations about our budget, and this is not our first, it's one of many possibilities of addressing our financial situation, and it's something that we understand isn't always the best answer. We don't like selling capital and having it plug a general operating gap. We're just offering it as one of the options, and we want to prepare for that. And it went through we did not just choose this auctioneer, it went through a public bidding process as a lot of our contracts need to do. There are a few other more commentary, not really questions, and I will just close with the first time that I am addressing, even though he has come to the microphone, Mr. Abdul Ali has come to the microphone numerous times and had some personal remarks to me, and he quickly left right after his statements and didn't even wait for any of us to have a response. But anyone who tries to weaponize faith is unworthy of a response. I find it disgusting. As a child of Abraham, I won't be a part of it, and I don't need to justify my commitment to this community. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Ballas. We're closing the meeting. Everyone spoke already. Please make it short or just vote yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm gonna take my time.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of June 13th, 2023. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say God bless you all out there. Have a good night to our Madam Clerk, to our Secretary Jones, Acting Madam Clerk, our BA, our Corporation Counsel, our CFO. Have a good night. My council colleagues, have a great evening. And you out there watching us tonight, God bless you all. Have a good evening. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you so very much. I was expecting to finish before my birthday because in 2 minutes, it's my birthday start. All right, Corporation Council, you know I'm looking for your present. We love you, but nevertheless, let's continue. Yes, Councilwoman, you're right. Let's continue praying for our city. Madam VA, thank you for responding and giving those answers to members of the community. I do appreciate it. And also, let's keep praying for our clerk, Jackie. May God continue blessing you. I know you're going to be with us soon. And thank you, our Madam Clerk that we have present here, Ms. Phillips, and John, for the outstanding job that you guys been doing. Let's keep praying for our city, our friends and family. Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
To all of our graduates and kindergarten, pre-K, 8th grade, high school, college, and technical trade, and all areas. I want to congratulate you. I know within the next week and a half, there will be graduations for our 8th graders and our high school students. So my prayers for you are that you have a safe, healthy, and wonderful summer, and that you have an amazing time as you transition and start school in September. Madam Clerk, I feel like I should extend my time now. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
I'm gonna wait 1 minute just to celebrate Mendez's birthday.
You got 10. Take 10.
All right, so Madam Clerk, thank you so very much. Again, thank you everyone, those who are with us here in person and watching us live. Thank you and have a wonderful night. Councilman Mendez, have a wonderful birthday and have a wonderful year, sir. All right, I don't know how to sing, but to you, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Hey. All right, that's amazing. All right, thank you so much, Corporation Council, for. All right, have a wonderful night, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Well, we're in roll call still. I just want to apologize and myself. This weekend, I'm not gonna be in the city. I'm gonna be heading to Connecticut, so I'm gonna mention it again. If you don't see me at the event at UT, congratulations to all the community, Afro-American community, our brothers and sisters. Mendez birthday started now, so I'm gonna do it as Dominican style. Happy birthday to you, feliz cumpleaños a ti, feliz cumpleaños Amelie Mendez, feliz cumpleaños a ti. Y como terminan los dominicanos, tú le quitas a ti, tú le quitas a But happy birthday to all of you. Look at me. The 24th, he has a great event at the Clásico, ladies and gentlemen, birthday. Good night. Thank you to the police officers that have been here tonight. Administration, thank you for your patience with us. Community, thank you for your patience with us. To the stenographer, for Rafael Gonzalez up there managing the TV. Madam Clerk, thank you for your service, and everybody above. God bless you all.
Your vote?
Buenas noches. Dios me lo bendiga a todos. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good night, everyone. Councilman Mendez going to DR tomorrow, and I'll see you day after tomorrow. I'm coming in on Thursday. And once again, happy birthday, Councilman, Council BP, Councilman Mendez. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. The regular meeting of the Municipal Council on June 13, 2023 is hereby adjourned.